really, really privileged to sit by your side and then receive your guided meditation. So, His Eminence, I would like to clear this doubt once for all. People have been thinking His Eminence is actually from Tibetan, not a Bhutanese. He's the 100% Bhutanese, very, very original Bhutanese. And now, what should I say now? I get speechless and wordless just as I try to offer some sort of a description about His Eminence. And particularly, His Eminence have been guided exclusively by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And also, he was recognized by the Dalai Lama himself. And I have really received some special privilege which is very hard to come by, that I actually notice how His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kalu Rinpoche are closely connected. His Holiness was connected to his predecessor, and now to the young, very, 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 very modern spiritual master. The Dalai Lama has actually handed all his responsibility to guide the modern spiritual aspirants. And we couldn't have asked for more, for a teacher more special than this, because he went through all the rigorous monastic trainings, and he received all the initiations that is required to be a teacher and to be the really, really role model of a Buddhist, modern-day Buddhist teacher. So not just that, His Eminence spends his days in retreat, in meditations, and particularly he performed very, very important meditation, 3-year retreat based on the Shangpa lineage. And today there is actually hardly anyone who is real custodian of this Shangpa tradition. And Shangpa tradition roots back to Niguma. And Niguma, one of the Indian lady saints. And this teaching, has been spread in Tibet, and now it has come back to Bhutan as well through Rinpoche's presence. And this is what we will be guided through by His Eminence, and I wouldn't like to take much of your time, because if I go on, I can parrot more and more. So let me control myself. Because when I see Kalu Rinpoche near me and I start speaking, I cannot stop. I just keep speaking. And then Rinpoche would actually tell me, "Hey, Khenpola, stop buttering me." So, well, we'll have a wonderful, lovely afternoon session. So, Rinpoche, thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Drashidelek. First of all, I would like to offer my gratitude, my sincere gratitude, to His Majesty the King, for this great harmony in this country. And second, 𝐶𝐵𝐺 Rinpoche, His Holiness 𝐶𝐵𝐺 Rinpoche, leading a religious harmony so that we are here, having this open interaction, whether you're coming from Mahayana or Theravada or Vajrayana, and even the Vajrayana with the different schools, different lineage, having an open discussion to each other, and organized by the Central Monastic Body and the Central Bhutan Study, working with IBC, International Buddhist Society. I would like to say thank you to all the organizers and volunteers and making it very professional, very much to the point, and my deep gratitude and thank you. This is my second time in the Vajrayana conference. The last time I was here was 2022. I was demonstrating a yoga, 2 years ago, trying to break the wood here. Not intentionally, but so 2 years has been passed, and ever since then I have been more corrupted ever since. more lost ever since. Yesterday, Venerable have demonstrated the yoga posture, meditation posture, listened to his teaching, and I liked it very much because, it reminded me how pure I used to be. And then realized how corrupted I became now. Yeah. So I would like to say thank you very much to all the participants over here for showing a great interest, wanting to listen from such individual like myself. And Khenpo Phuntsala have explained very much in detail, praising me all the way to the top, right? So now I'm coming down crushing. The higher you go, the more damage is done, when you fall. So he lifted me so much, and now I'm worried about how hard I will fall. But thank you for the introduction and praising me and buttering me so much, So I appreciate that. I doubt myself sometimes whether I'm really worth of that much of a praising or not. As Khenpo have mentioned, I myself, I was recognized by His Holiness Dalai Lama and Siddha Rinpoche when I was very little, and told me that, oh, this boy is very special. I didn't feel anything special within myself. I was thinking, oh yeah, I have a name of Kalu Rinpoche, and that's it. But gradually, as I went to 3 years retreat, the more I came to know the name of the Kalu Rinpoche, the meaning of that, the less I find myself as a Kalu Rinpoche, because previous Kalu Rinpoche is a great master, since the Tibet and the Himalaya and then throughout the world, and respected by so many different traditions. I am the bearer of his name, but I'm nothing like him. I do not have a miracle. I do not have magic powers. I do not predict futures, so do not expect anything from me. What I do have is a life lesson. What I do have is a little bit of struggle. What I have a little bit is a little bit of Dharma experience within myself, a little bit, not too much, just enough to be liberated from the Bardo stage, maybe that much, but nothing beyond that. Enlightenment, reaching to the high realization state, I think you should seek a great masters who are here today. Yeah. So today in this very session, I'm going to talk about Niguma yoga practice on the particular practice about cleansing In Dharmic word, we call it 𝐷𝐴 so the cleansing with the So there's in the Niguma tradition, we have like an example, many of you are very much familiar with the 6 yogas of Naropa. So similar to that, Niguma is a sister of Naropa. Okay, you have a Vajradhara, you have Telopa, you have Naropa. So the Niguma is a sister. Some historian, they say cousin, consort, different aspect is there. But just keep it open, no need to argue about this is the one, that is not the one. It doesn't make any difference if you don't practice. Yeah. If you don't practice, whether they're brother, sister, cousin, niece, does not matter. If you practice the Buddha's teaching sincerely from the heart, then there's a little bit of difference. But all this historical fact doesn't matter so much. As long as you have a bodhicitta in heart, willingness to help others, willingness to improve yourself, and treat yourself and understanding your own weakness, not to the full capacity, but little by little. Long as a little progression is there, then that is a good start. And that is a good foundation. So Niguma, we have this, the 5 jewels of Niguma. And then in Dharmic word, we call it Tsawa Niguchuru, Dongpa Chaja Chembo, Yalga Lamkir Namsum, Meto Kachu Karmar, Debuchime Chume. So these are the 5 jewels of Niguma. We call it the 5 golden dharma of Niguma. So within that, we call it Tsawa Niguchuru. Tsawa Niguchuru means the 6 yogas of Niguma is heat generating practice, Tumo, Julu, illusionary body and mind, Tumo, Julu, Milam, dream yoga practice, Tumo, Julu, Milam, vessel. Vessel means clear light practice. Tumo, Julu, Milam, vessel, Poa. Poa means transmitting the state of the consciousness to Amitabha Pure Land or Dharmakaya or Nirmanakaya, whatever you like to call it. And Tumo, Julu, Milam, vessel, Poa, Pardo. And then Pardo means intermediate state. So these are the 6 yogas of Niguma. So once this 6 yogas Niguma is completed in terms of practice, and then there's a Tsawa Niguchuru, Dongpa Charja Chenpo. Dongpa Charja Chenpo, it means the trunk of the tree is the Mahamudra teachings of Niguma. Tsawa Niguchuru, Dongpa Charja Chenpo. Yalga Lamkir Namsum. Yalga Lamkir Nam. The branches of the trees are the three kayas, the guru, protector, and the deities carrying in your dharmic path inseparably, right? Lama, Yedam, Songma, so inseparably together. And then the flower in the tree is the red dakini and the white dakini. It's more to do with the subtle practice and transmitting the state of the consciousness, okay? Jibuchimichume, the seed within the flower, that is beyond death. So by that stage, the visualization becomes very subtle. You're almost visualizing a very small syllable, small light, and small rotation, very subtle. And then because you are getting very close to the non-duality state, right? Because when we are doing all the Ngondo practice, that is to reduce the ordinary rigid negativity. Once we overcome our rigid negativity, then we have to overcome our subtle negativity. In order to remove our subtle negativity, we need to recognize the fixation of the mind. Fixation of the mind can be loving your home, loving your family, loving your job, loving your clothes. These are ordinary fixation, which is nothing wrong. We will overcome that. Don't feel guilty. That's not something you need. Gradually, yeah. Because many people, when they become Buddhists, they feel regret, the moment they start, And then they think that changing clothes, changing place make them feel special. Yes, it is absolutely special. But the renunciation of the samsara, it's not how many times you change your clothes, how many places you change, or where you stay. The renunciation comes down to the awareness of the mind. Awareness, having a sense of self-reflection. If you don't have a self-reflection, whatever the clothes or the title you have on the forehead does not matter. It's all irrelevant, right? That's why we have many great religious figures, that we see nowadays, very engaging, close to people, So these are highly realized beings, and yet human quality at the same time, isn't it? So therefore, the definition of the great master comes down to, like the Buddha Shakyamuni, right? With the great realization in heart, but yet very approachable, right? There's no secretary in middle. There's no 𝐿 in the middle. There's a person who has the reality of the suffering and wants to liberate, seeking answer. And there's a Buddha Shakyamuni in the front, has the answer, providing the logic and the reason without a blind faith, and having a practical approach and how to renounce the samsaric world, right? That is the definition of being a Buddhist, isn't it? So, and now coming back to the Niguma teaching. So today, I'm going to share with you the cleansing of the 𝐴. So the cleansing of the 𝐴, in Dharmic word, we call it 𝐷𝐴 So 𝐷𝐴 is in the category of the Vajrasattva. So many of you have a Nyingma, Saja, Gaju, Gelu, Chonang, so you have many different religious background, isn't it? So the common ground that we have is that first we start with the preliminary, we start with the prostration, followed by Vajrasattva practice. In the Niguma tradition, we do prostration, and then once the prostration is complete, or 100,000 or less, or whatever it is, depending on how dedicated you are, and then it's followed by cleansing of the 𝐴. So cleansing of the 𝐴 is very simple visualization, and any sort of practice you need the three qualities. And I've been saying that when I go to different colleges throughout the country, I say the same thing, and I want to share that with you. When we say I visualize a deity, I visualize so-and-so object. There's three things. One is, Nangla Rangshin Meba, Sela Tokba Meba, Dela Shemba Meba. So these are the three qualities. If you say, oh, I'm imagining green Tara, then no progress. Of course there's no progress, because you're imagining green Tara like your mother. Like, oh, I miss my mother. If you think your mother, and then in that way, if you think that is the visualization or imagination, then there's no progress in the practice. Because you're fixated, you're imagining. In terms of imagining, you are correct. But in terms of the mental aspect, you are incorrect. So many people, they misunderstand because they think, oh, dabin gomjab gobes, like that. They think that, oh, now I have to. They almost become like very much like, oh, I have to concentrate. I have to hold on to this. The moment you have that kind of a fixation, then the visualization practice does not help. So therefore, the three qualities are Nangla Rangshi Mepa. It means you are visualizing a Buddha Shakyamuni, you are visualizing Guru Rinpoche, or whatever it may be, right? Whatever the deity may be, understanding the very appearance of the Green Tara or Buddha Shakyamuni is there, but simultaneously, the very nature of appearance, in the very nature of appearance is emptiness. Do you understand? Are you following? Right? So you're not saying, I miss my mother, I miss my father. Right? You're saying, I'm visualizing a Green Tara to benefit myself, benefit all the sentient beings. Now, La Ranshi Mepa, it means understanding there's an appearance, but in the very absolute nature of that appearance is emptiness. So you are visualizing a Green Tara without any sense of ordinary fixation. Right? You're not imagining, you're visualizing. Now, La Ranshi Mepa, Sella Topa Mepa. Sella Topa Mepa, it means understanding the very visualization is there and understanding the distraction. So there's the ordinary distraction and subtle distraction. Ordinary distraction is somebody coming through the door, somebody look very beautiful, somebody smells very good, right? Something to do with the sensorial level, and these are the ordinary distraction which we react to. Subtle distraction is that we assume that we are doing good. And then meanwhile, our mind is all over the place. So that's, in Chökyi, we call it ongju, right? So you have to recognize between the ordinary distraction and the subtle distraction. If you recognize the ordinary and the subtle distraction both, then only there's a progress in your, whatever the practice that you may be doing, whether it's a Guru Yoga, whether it's a meditation, and so on, right? So the subtle distraction is when you say, I memorized the 7-line prayer of Guru Rinpoche, right? But your mind is in Punaka. So that's, you assume. You say, yeah, I'm doing it. You're absolutely doing it. There's nothing wrong with it. But the subtle mind is not there. Your clarity is not there. And then what happens after that is that you say, I did 1 hour practice today. I did 2 hours practice today. I did losum chosum. You haven't done it. I have done it. Then all that ego trip happens, right? So when somebody tells me, Rinpoche, you know nothing, I say, you're absolutely right, I know nothing. You haven't done good job in this one. You're absolutely right, I haven't done a good job. I agree with it, much better. Why have to defend yourself, waste so much time? You say, you're not a good practitioner. Very good, I'm not a good practitioner. They say, you're nothing like previous Kalu Rinpoche. I say, absolutely right, I agree with you, I'm nothing like previous Kalu Rinpoche. So I agree with it. I don't waste my time with it, with myself. I don't fool myself with it. And there's enough illusionary mind in our life. So therefore, recognizing ordinary distraction and subtle distraction, by identifying these two, maintains the quality of the practitioner, the quality of the session. Nangla Ranshi Mepa, Sela Topa Mepa, Dela Shemba Mepa. Dela Shemba Mepa, it means you have a sense of bliss and you have no desire of wanting it more. Do you understand? Like when we smoke a cigarette, when we drink alcohol, when we eat something good, we want more. And by more, we have a fixation. By more, we have an illusion. By more, we justify harming other people, lying to other people, deceiving to other people, isn't it? Right? So therefore, when we are meditating, when we are visualizing, you are in a state of bliss. Right? You are not forcing yourself to be in bliss. You are in absolute bliss based on the two qualities that you have developed earlier, which is Nangla Ranshim Mepa. There's an appearance of things, but there's non-fixated mind. Understanding all the appearance of things are there, of the Green Tara, but that idea of the Green Tara does not truly exist in the absolute object or form, right? So therefore, you're cut off from the illusionary mind. And then, second stage, Sela Topa Mepa, And then you recognize all the subtle distraction. So therefore, all the ordinary and the surrounding does not affect you. And because of that, you are in absolute bliss. You are not creating a bliss. Do you understand? You are not creating artificial bliss. Your bliss is not coming from outside. You are not creating, manufacturing from inside. When your mind is clear, the blessing is there. When your mind is like full of things, like Ananda, Kungao, he has a Buddha right in front of him, advising him, telling him, Ananda doesn't see it. We know the story, right? So just like that, when our mind is not clear, the Buddha is your own family relative, you don't see it. That is a historical fact. So if the Buddha goes through that kind of a challenge, why not we, cannot face that challenge? We will definitely sometimes see the enlightened being as the non-enlightened being, which is absolutely fine, not a problem. Long as that you have a willingness that, I should make a progress, I should make an improvement, and that sort of a understanding approach. The genuine sincerity is very important. So the fourth quality as a practitioner is you need to have a sincerity. When I say sincerity and honesty, I don't mean that you should walk around naked in your neighborhood and be honest to everybody. Don't do that. If you do that, I will say, I have never met you in person. Sincerity and honesty to your own practice, to your one self. That is the most important. Don't lie to yourself. You can lie to other people, not, oh my goodness, my time is finished. So having that sincerity is very important. And then when you have a sincerity, honesty, transparency in terms of the human quality, improves and exists gradually. And if you don't have a sincerity to oneself, forget about the compassion and love to others. So that's that. Okay, so whoever is ringing the bell, please give me 5 minutes so I can liberate everyone to the enlightened state. Okay, so it starts with, prayers. Like an example, you're making a prayer. Whatever the practice you may be doing, you're saying, Sanje chodan tsoge chonamla chanju badu dani jabshe dage jinsu kibe sonam ke rola penje sanje ndo parasho sanje chodan tsoge chonamla chanju badu dani jabshe dage jinsu kibe sonam rola penje sanje ndo parasho sanje chodan tsoge chonamla chanju badu dani jabshe dage jinsu kibe sonam rola penje sanje ndo parasho, like taking a refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We are Vajrayana practitioner, but don't forget the 3 jewels. Many people with deity this, deity that, all of that we get distracted. It's fine. But don't forget the 3 jewels. That is the essence of everything. Okay? Number 1. Number 2, whatever the practice that you may be doing, due to this result, I shall benefit all the sentient beings. And having a very sincere thought. Don't just finish your prayer. Have a strong thought. You have that capacity. Like when you're angry. And say, I hate this person. You're able to hold it very much, very long, very impressive. So just like that, bodhicitta, 𝐶𝐿 𝐿 I want to benefit all the sentient beings, whether you're doing Guru Rinpoche prayer, whether you're doing Avalokiteshvara prayer or Green Tara prayer, whatever it may be, whatever the length may be. So I want to benefit all the sentient beings sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Have that repetitive thought 3 times in your mind. Then visualize your whole body translucent. Visualize your whole body translucent, a little bit like made out of crystal and translucent, like a see-through. Then within your crown, you visualize tetrahedron. You visualize the pyramid shape, 1 point in the front, 1 point over here, 1 point over there, 1 point over here. Basically in total, 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 points. Chunjung. Okay? And then in the middle of the Chunjung, you visualize white, crystal, see-through, shining And think that is the consciousness, your consciousness, Buddha's consciousness, your Guru's consciousness, simultaneously together as one. And as you visualize that within that tetrahedron, the see-through, and then with that sense of bodhicitta mind, then you recite That's one. So 21 times, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, right? So like 5 times, 10 times, 21 times of and then that's a one cycle. So let's do it together. Sanje Shedam Soge Shunam La, Chanju Padu, Dane Japsuje, Dagi Jinsu Gebesona, Rola Penje Sanjun Drobarshu, Sanje Shedam Soge Shunam La, Chanju Padu, Dane Japsuje, Dagi Jinsu Gebesona, Rola Penje Sanjun Drobarshu, Sanje Shedam Soge Shunam La, Chanju Padu, Dane Japsuje, Dagi Jinsu Gebesona, Rola Penje Sanjun Drobarshu. Now you visualize tetrahedron, you visualize the R, in the center of your crown. Then you say, and then now think that nectar has been splashing and overwhelmingly from the R, and then the tetrahedron has been, the chunjung has been filled instantly, and then went throughout the tetrahedron, throughout the body, and then cleanse all our negativity, our trauma, our suffering, our sickness, all of our karmic related as well. All of that has been cleansed, has been cleansed, has been cleansed. And then with the deep thought of that and meditate a little bit. And then a few seconds later, then you make a dedication. Let all this positivity, be benefit to all the sentient beings, sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Very sincerity is very important. So refuge, bodhicitta, recognizing your distraction, and then the dedication towards the end. These are the qualities that has to be there regardless of the length of the practice. Okay? Then now we do the dedication and the bodhicitta prayer to all the sentient beings. Sonamdi tamje zigbani, tomne nyebe ndrana pamje ne, kega naji, palan tropaye sebe sole, ndro warasho, chanju semjo rinpoche, mage panam gejuji, keba nyamba me, kone kondu bewarasho, semjen tamje dedan denjuji, ngendro tamje tatu tongbarasho, chanju semba kanda sasho, deda gwenge molam dro barasho. So I would like to say deep thanks to the coordinator of the Vajrayana conference, and I would like to say deep thanks to Dashukama Ura. He worked very hard, a few years ago, and this time coordinating. And thank you for the team. Thank you for all the volunteers. Thank you for all the participants and great Vajrayana teacher, Theravada teacher, Mahayana teacher, and individuals those who have a spiritual experience sharing with each other. That is a true bodhicitta approach, and thank you so much, and have a wonderful time in Bhutan and the retreat in Vajrayana conference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence, for such a profound instruction. And with this instruction, I now believe that enlightenment is very, very easy. Thank you so much. And now we have another discussion session going upstairs. So after this, everybody, please proceed to upstairs. Thank you.
Session.
I request everyone to quickly take a seat because we're running short of time. Shall we proceed? There's not much people. Do you want to wait? Okay, let's wait for a few minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin the session now. Once again, good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I'm Jigme Zangmo, your MC for this session, Mindfulness-Based Interventions, Turning Distress into Presence and Flourishing. The presentations will be chaired by Mr. Daniel Malvin, whom I now have the honor of introducing. Mr. Daniel Lama Malvin is an accomplished ethics review specialist and assistant manager at Columbia University Irving Medical Center, where he brings over 6 years of experience in research ethics and compliance. His extensive work involves not only ensuring the ethical standards in clinical and academic research, but also driving innovative technology solutions. For instance, he developed an internal AI model that streamlines the creation of research consent form while safeguarding privacy and legal standards. Mr. Malvin's background in experimental psychology, earned through his master's degree from Brooklyn College, complements his practical expertise in overseeing research protocols at some of the nation's leading medical institutions. As a dedicated Zen Buddhist, practicing Zen Buddhism for a past decade, Mr. Malvin infuses his work with a mindful approach, bridging scientific rigor with spiritual insight. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Daniel Lama Malvin as he chairs the session today. The floor is yours, Mr. Malvin.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm grateful and honored to chair this session and to introduce the speakers, which I got to meet each one and talk to and get to know a little bit. And I'm looking forward to hearing their talks during the session. I'm going to introduce all the speakers. The speakers today will be Ellie Hunter, who is an associate lecturer at the University of Kent. Ellie Hunter is a senior social work practitioner and PhD student at the University of Kent, England. Her thesis, Mindfulness in Adoption, Strengthening Support of Adopters in Early Placement, considers the Buddhist ethical foundations of mindfulness and how these can be meaningfully integrated with Western approaches to mindfulness practice to support adoptive parents. Ellie has worked in social work for 15 years with 11 years of specialist experience in adoption. She also teaches as an associate lecturer in social work at the University of Kent. Ellie is a mother of 3 and a practicing Buddhist. She is a student of Annie Pema Deki and the Drukpa Kagyu tradition. And our next speaker is Marbella Perez Pena. She's a PhD researcher at the UC Louvain. Dr. Marbella Perez Pena is a psychologist and postdoctoral researcher at UC Louvain's Psychological Sciences Research Institute. Her work focuses on body awareness and the emotional processes involved in mindfulness-based interventions, particularly for adolescents and other vulnerable populations. Her research also includes the measurement of complex psychological constructs with contributions to the development, translation, and validation of body awareness and emotion regulation measures for teenagers. She is currently co-leading the co-creation of a preventive mindfulness-based program for adolescents involving youth and key stakeholders in its design and evaluation. She has published on the role of body awareness in mindfulness-based interventions, including the article Mindfulness-Based Interventions and Body Awareness. Dr. Perez Pena also practices as a clinician using a trans-diagnostic evidence-based approach. And then our next speaker is Sasha Manu, who's a math teacher, founding middle school science. Sasha Manu is an educator, curriculum designer, and researcher specializing in holistic and contemplative educational systems. He is currently the founding middle school science and mathematics teacher at Pine Street School in New York City. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Physics and Philosophy and from the University of Toronto. A Master's in Buddhist Studies from the University of Hong Kong, and a PGCE along with multiple teaching licenses. Sasa has taught STEM and mindfulness in schools across 3 countries and has led experiential learning trips in Hong Kong, Thailand, Iceland, and the Canadian wilderness. He recently co-authored the Portrait of a Learner framework with the Common Ground Collaborative. And I guess we'll have our first speaker, Ellie Hunter.
Thank you. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie Hunter. Thank you, Daniel. I am a PhD student and a lecturer at the University of Kent, and I'm also a social worker, and I work in the field of adoption. My presentation is on the topic of mindfulness in British social work, exploring its use as a tool for managing practitioners' stress and how Buddhist teachings might be integrated into this secular profession to enhance relationships and reduce suffering. So, in the UK, social workers work with some of the most vulnerable people in society, and that includes the elderly, people with disabilities and mental health difficulties, and also children and families. Social work is considered one of the most stressful professions, and that's due to high caseloads, the emotional and complex nature of the work, and the high-stakes interventions. As such, social workers are vulnerable to burnout, which impacts their mental health and their emotional well-being, and also the efficacy of social services. Particularly since 2009, unfortunately due to serious social work failings, 2 children tragically lost their lives. And since that time, British social work has placed an emphasis on social workers growing their emotional resilience in order to manage their own stress levels. And from 2012, mindfulness began to be discussed and then practiced in British social work as a means to reduce social workers' stress and enhance their well-being. So it's important to note that British social work identifies as a secular profession, and when academics first began to consider how mindfulness could be applied to social work, they were careful to distinguish it from any religious practice. So I just wanted to think with you for a moment about the definitions of mindfulness that are used in British social work. I have a couple here. So Grant and Kinman talk about mindfulness as moment-to-moment awareness or paying attention to the moment without judgment. And Maddox cites Kabat-Zinn, the awareness that emerges through paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally to the unfolding of experience moment by moment. So you'll notice that these secular definitions of mindfulness, and indeed many similar definitions from this time, focus on the process or mechanism of mindfulness, where to place one's attention, without any thought to the underlying ethical intentions of the practice. So a Buddhist teacher told me that mindfulness is in and of itself ethically neutral, and he gave the examples of a cat hunting a mouse who needs to be mindful, and also a scientist who's creating a nuclear bomb has to be mindful in his actions, but these are not positive ethical uses. So there are some criticisms of mindfulness in social work because of this. It is said that used outside of an ethical framework and in place of structural solutions to issues of stress, mindfulness practice can actually make individual practitioners responsible for managing their own stress and suffering. And this can cause a sense of separation from others, increasing their suffering in the long run. Mindfulness has also been criticized as supporting neoliberal agendas. Purser and Lloyd describe the colonization of mindfulness, reorienting the practice to the needs of the market rather than to a critical reflection on the causes of our collective suffering. So shortly after mindfulness began to be discussed in social work, in 2014 in the British Parliament, the Mindfulness All-Party Parliamentary Group formed to investigate the possibility of mindfulness-based interventions being included in public policy and explore the implementation of mindfulness in various different fields. This did not actually include social work, but did consider other public sectors, such as health and education. And the reason why I mention this is that a conversation that was had through these explorations was about the underlying ethical intentions of mindfulness. So they discussed kindness and an inclination towards compassion are essential features of mindfulness. And also mindfulness is attention and awareness, but also encompasses relationality and caring. It has the potential to add value and new degrees of freedom to living life fully and wisely, and thus to making wiser choices and healthier, more compassionate and altruistic choices. So until now, little discussion has been had in British social work about the ethical basis of mindfulness. But in recent years, however, there has been a turn towards Buddhism in British social work, even if only to understand how mindfulness works, so the mechanism of mindfulness. So Maddock et al. Have created a mindfulness program specifically for social workers. This is called the Mindfulness-Based Social Work and Self-Care Program. And the program focuses on reducing social workers' stress levels and enhancing their reflective practice. It's underpinned by Grabovak and al.'s 2011 Buddhist psychological model, which uses Buddhist teachings to understand the mechanism of mindfulness, which they say was previously left out of other mindfulness-based interventions. So they talk about how our habitual reaction is to pursue feelings that are pleasant and avoid those feelings that are unpleasant, and say that not being aware of this process can lead to mental proliferation or rumination, and mindfulness can disrupt this. Through cultivating equanimity, there is less attachment to transient sense impressions and mental events, and no reification of a sense of self. So this reference to Buddhist text, as I said, is mechanistic only. It's a way of understanding the process and effects of mindfulness. And it does not promote an understanding of the ethical foundation of Buddhism, as described in its teachings and texts. But it does represent a significant shift towards greater acceptance within social work of learning from Buddhist teachings, raising the possibility of openness towards reincorporating Buddhist ethical principles into mindfulness practice to further support and enhance social workers' relational skills. As my colleague was saying in our session earlier, Maggie, there's more to mindfulness than just relieving stress. So ultimately, social work is a relationship-based practice. And within Vajrayana Buddhism, mindfulness practice takes place in the context of relationship and benefiting all beings. This is just a little bit of information about some individual mindfulness practitioners in social work who are either Buddhist themselves or reflecting on some of the Buddhist teachings. So Chamberlain describes how his Buddhist practice and understanding of teaching support his social work practice. In his paper, he discusses Buddhist themes of interdependence, motivation, and compassion, and explains, an awareness of my own suffering has facilitated an awareness of the suffering of others. It leads to a logical and emotional understanding that we do not live in isolation from others, that our happiness cannot exist in isolation from others, and that focusing solely on our own happiness is essentially selfish. So as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, I am a social worker in adoption, and my role is supporting adoptive parents. So if you're not familiar with adoption in the UK, this happens when a court decides that a child's parents cannot keep them safe and well, so they must grow up in another permanent family with adoptive parents. Adoptive parents themselves face many challenges. It is a difficult process coming to adoption. There's lots to learn. And often adopters come having experienced loss, perhaps infertility or miscarriage, so they're often unable to have their own birth children. When they have a child placed with them, they have to learn how to build bonds with their adopted child who has suffered trauma, and that takes a special kind of therapeutic parenting, and also an ability to manage one's own emotions and self-regulation. In addition, they have to learn to work with birth parents. These will be the birth parents that, for whatever reason, were unable to look after their children. And this experience may have inflicted the trauma upon the child. So they have to learn to grow compassion towards these birth families and work alongside them. And for some adopters, this is a really, really tricky experience. They might hold a lot of anger. They might hold some jealousy. It can be a real challenge. So in my work, in my PhD thesis, I am exploring how an understanding of the ethical teachings of Vajrayana Buddhism might support adopters in meeting these challenges. And I'm looking at creating a mindfulness program specifically tailored to adopters in the UK. And to do that, I would like to incorporate an ethical understanding of mindfulness from Buddhist teachings. So such an approach might support adopters in navigating the inherent challenges of adoption, including that cultivation of compassion and understanding towards birth families, and indeed all individuals involved in the adoption process. I feel that Buddhist teachings on interdependence, impermanence, loving kindness and compassion are particularly poignant in the context of adoption and may act as an antidote to suffering. Some of the thoughts that I've had around the teachings that I might wish to include are reflecting on the kindness of the mother, viewing every sentient being as our own child, compassion practices such as exchanging or equalizing self with other, and of course stabilizing the mind through mindfulness meditation and self-regulating in order to support a dysregulated child. So I came here very much with the hope of learning from all of you, and if anybody has any thoughts on teachings that may be particularly helpful for adoptive parents, I would love to hear those thoughts. Okay. So I'm going to conclude here. My colleague, again, Maggie said this really eloquently in her talk earlier today, but relationships and the wish to reduce harm are at the centre of British social work practice. To date, studies in the application of mindfulness in British social work have been overwhelmingly focused on managing individual practitioner stress, raising concerns that the practice might in fact disconnect social workers from wider support systems and making them solely responsible for managing this burden. Mindfulness, as we know, is so much more than a simple stress management tool. And within Vajrayana Buddhist teachings, mindfulness is deeply connected to the ethical intention of alleviating suffering, aligning closely with the values and aims of social work. Beyond supporting individual well-being in social work, mindfulness practice has the potential to grow compassion and strengthen human connection. And I would add that word that Maggie used, harmony, as well. And that's what I am hoping to do in my program. There's lots and lots of references, and thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ellie, for providing your insights on how mindfulness and Buddhism can be integrated into the field of social work and within the adoption process in the UK. Our next speaker is Dr. Marabella Perez-Pena.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, everyone. My name is Marbella. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in UC Louvain in Belgium, and I'm also a practicing psychologist. And today I'm very excited to talk to you about a project that my lab and I started recently called Listening to Adolescents' Voices, Co-Creating, Implementing, and Evaluating a Mindfulness-Based Program for Adolescents. And so I will give you a little bit of a background on the project, and then I'll talk about the objectives and the methodology that we are using, and finally I'll share some preliminary results. So I'd like to start talking about adolescent mental health. So adolescence, we all went through it. We know it's a very challenging period of life where so many changes are taking place at a biological level, psychological level, social level. So it's very challenging, and there are so many things that adolescents need to handle. And what we've been seeing in the past decade is that there is an increasing psychological distress in adolescents that has been aggravated by many societal factors. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, rates of mental health disorders really skyrocketed after the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly for adolescents and young adults. There's also the climate crisis, which particularly worries adolescents, and they're very anxious about it and engaged. There's also, at least in Belgium and in many other countries, poor access to mental health care, and so this also aggravates the distress further. And so there's a great need for evidence-based preventive programs. So evidence-based, backed up by science, that they work. And preventive because actually adolescence is a really great developmental window because the brain is so plastic that adolescents learn things and integrate things very quickly. It's also a time of life when mental health disorders start to develop, and we know that the earlier the onset of a mental health disorder, the more likely it is to become chronic and come up later in life. And so it's really, really important that we intervene early before the development of a mental health disorder. And this is why we are interested in the prevention of mental health disorders during adolescence. And for this, we're looking into mindfulness-based programs. And so I'm a psychologist, and I'm looking at this from the perspective of Western secular psychology, where we've been using mindfulness-based programs for the past 40 years. And these programs, they provide a sustained training in mindfulness meditation practices, and they're usually done in groups. They're weekly programs that last like 1.5 to 2 hours with a lot of practice at home. What's interesting about mindfulness programs is that they're transdiagnostic, which means that they don't just target anxiety or depression or stress, but they target the root causes of the suffering, which means they could target a lot of things at once. And this is why they're very interesting for prevention. They're also very cost-effective. And research shows that they're very effective for adolescents who already have mental health diagnoses, so that they're very effective at reducing psychological distress in adolescents who have a lot of suffering and distress. However, recent research on prevention research, so adolescents who do not have a mental health diagnosis, recent findings are a bit less positive. So here I just show you a few studies. This is a meta-analysis that took 66 studies, kind of summarized the results, and found that mindfulness-based programs did actually not have any effect on adolescent mental health, and any benefits that were observed were not sustained in the long term. Another meta-analysis found that mindfulness-based interventions had no effects on anxiety in adolescents. They did in children, but not in adolescents. And a very recent study done in the UK, which you may or may not have heard of, it was a huge study, very high quality, involving like 80 schools, 8,000 students, where they implemented mindfulness in schools. And they also did not find effects in comparison to the normal socio-emotional curriculum. And they even found that in certain subgroups of students, it was not helpful to teach mindfulness. So what's going on here? Why are we seeing this? Well, I think this image summarizes it really well. It includes all the elements that are important when considering if a mindfulness training is helpful or not for adolescents in the general population. I'm not going to go into all the different elements, but I'll speak about two of them. The first one is the mindfulness training itself. So the mindfulness program needs to be adapted to the needs of the people who are receiving it. So in this case, it needs to be adapted to the adolescents themselves. And in psychology, often we develop interventions in a top-down way. So the psychologist develops something and then kind of impose it a bit on the patients. But and in the case of mindfulness trainings, we've adapted programs that we use in adults to adolescents. But since the developmental stage is so different, perhaps it's not adapted enough. And this may be a reason why we're not seeing the effects that we expect. Another aspect is mindfulness practice. We all know that practice is very, very important in order to develop mindfulness. And what we see as a common denominator in all these studies that did not find effects is that the teenagers are not practicing at home. And this is, of course, a problem because if there's no practice, then there are no benefits. And what this also tells us, because practice is also an indicator of how engaged we are in a program and in a process. And maybe because the mindfulness training is not engaging or relevant enough, the teenagers are simply not practicing because they don't see, well, how is this relevant to me or to my life? And so what we are proposing is that maybe we need to rethink the way that we develop mindfulness programs for adolescents and consider a bottom-up rather than a top-down approach so that we make mindfulness programs for teenagers with teenagers. And we think that there are some developmental needs that need to be considered when developing these programs, which we list here. One of them is dynamism, so that the training needs to be dynamic enough, because during adolescence, there is a lot of novelty seeking, there's a lot of energy, so it needs to match that. Also, autonomy, it's something that's developing in adolescence, and so it's important that in the programs there's a sense of choice, they can choose a bit what they do. There's also the aspect of having embodied role models, which means that the mindfulness trainers really need to embody the mindfulness. And this is for the sake of identity development, which is a very active process during adolescence. And finally, there's the aspect of social belonging, because this is also incredibly important in adolescence, this sense of belonging to a group, and this also needs to be considered when developing mindfulness programs. This is what we think, but what do adolescents think? What are their needs? We want to hear from them. And this is why we made a project where our question is a mindfulness-based program co-created with adolescents, researchers, mindfulness teachers, more engaging, more developmentally appropriate, and more effective than the programs we currently have? And so to answer our question, the objective of our research is to co-create, implement, and evaluate a preventive mindfulness-based program for adolescents from the general population between the ages of 12 and 19. So the framework and methodology we will use, or we are currently using, is called participatory research, which is a kind of research that involves community members throughout the whole research process. So it emphasizes power sharing as its core concept rather than prescribing specific methodologies. So usually in research, it's the academic researchers who have all the power in what questions we ask, what hypotheses we make, what methods we use. But here, actually, we involve all the different actors who will be touched by this intervention. They're all involved in the research process. They all have a say. And so in this way, adolescents become agents rather than passive recipients in matters that concern them, such as their mental health. This approach has successfully been used in prior intervention development research, especially in public health, less so in psychology, so this is kind of something novel that we're trying out. This is just a paper on which we based our methodology. It's from the public health literature. Very interesting paper on how to co-create interventions, in case anybody's interested. And I'll just explain a bit what the paper says. It says that in order to co-create an intervention, you need to have 3 key groups involved. So in our case, we're co-creating a mindfulness-based intervention. You need to involve the academic researchers. In our case, it's researchers in psychology who bring the latest research knowledge to the table. You also need to include the end users, so the people who will actually receive the intervention. In this case, they're adolescents. And you also need to involve what they call stakeholders. These are the people who are going to be implementing the intervention. So in our case, it would be psychologists who are specialized in mindfulness-based approaches and who work with adolescents. And perhaps others, we're open to including other stakeholders as well. So an overview of our project, our project has 3 general steps. The first step is really the planning, where we really need to get clear on what the problem is, what our objective is, how are we going to do it. The next step is the part of where we co-create the program and we reflect. It's like an ongoing collaborative reflection process of co-creating the modules of a mindfulness program together. And at the end, we evaluate the program. So is it developmentally appropriate? Is it engaging? Is it motivating? Is it targeting the different mental health outcomes that we want to target? And then we do it again. This is an iterative process where you are continuously learning as you go. And we have time and funding for 2 iterations, so this is what we plan to do in our project. So now I'll just tell you a bit more, because we're at the very beginning of the project. I'd just like to share a little bit about the first part of our project, the planning stages. This is our study 1, where we wanted to include adolescents and mindfulness teachers from the very beginning in the research process. So our objective was to gain insights into teenagers and mindfulness trainers' motivation and preferences in engaging in a co-creation process where they would co-create a mindfulness program. So we did focus groups, or like group interviews, with mindfulness trainers and with teenagers. And we asked them questions about their motivation, about their desired level of implication, about what format they would like, about who they want to co-create with, and about their unique needs in a mindfulness program. And so we haven't done the full analyses and we haven't finished all the focus groups, but we have already some results that I can share with you. So regarding the adolescents, we did 2 focus groups. We had a very hard time recruiting adolescents. So for the very first part, we only had 3, but we will have more later. On average age of 15 years, and mostly girls. This was in Belgium, so they were all Belgian. And so what we found regarding motivation was that these adolescents were actually very motivated by the fact of helping others. So just the idea of, okay, we're going to co-create something that's going to help other adolescents, that was quite motivating for them. And the fact that they were contributing to research was also something that was motivating for them. They wanted to be involved in all stages of the process because they thought, actually, yes, we want our voices to be heard on all levels. And they thought for the people they want to co-create with, they want to co-create with the researchers, other adolescents, mindfulness trainers, and they also said they wanted to include youth workers in the process, which are people who are closer to their age, like young adults, who they can more easily open up to. Because sometimes the researchers and the trainers, they're a bit older. And they did not want to include their parents in the process. The desired format was in-person or online discussions at a regular frequency, but not a camp because that would be too much. And their specific needs regarding mental health. They spoke a lot about dealing with stress at school, relationship difficulties, dealing with social judgment, and social media use. So regarding the mindfulness trainers, we've completed 3 groups. There was a lot of interest, so we had 14 mindfulness instructors participate with an average of 6 years experience working with children and teenagers, average age of 49, mostly women and also mostly Belgian. And for them, it was really motivating to think of the fact that they were going to learn and co-create with other colleagues, and they were motivated by the fact that, okay, we're going to do something that's really going to improve and tailor the program for youth. So this was motivating for them. They wanted to be involved in the process as co-creators, but since they're very busy people, they said maybe they would rather be involved as consultants. And regarding group composition, they all agreed, or most of them agreed, that it's a good idea to include researchers, adolescents, and mindfulness trainers. Only 10% thought adolescents should not be included in intervention development. Okay. And that only 10% thought that we should include parents. Yes, and so I'm going to conclude because my time is up. So basically here, I just presented to you a project where we're really seeking to listen, include adolescents' voices in the co-creation of a mindfulness program that is really tailored to their needs, hoping to increase engagement and motivation and efficacy. And the results that we have from study 1, we will use to inform the later stages. So hopefully if I come back in a couple of years, I can present to you our co-created program, hopefully. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. We'll go with our next speaker at the same time.
The young people of today are the inheritors of a world in transition. Are they being prepared? And of course they're being prepared by the educational system. But education, as we know, is easy to criticize. Student mental health challenges are on the rise, and research is coming out showing that the way we do schooling is misaligned with how young people learn best. In essence, this institution changes slowly, while the world is changing ever more quickly. As the Prime Minister noted in his opening address, humanity is facing existential risks, from geopolitical instability, nuclear and biowarfare, to unaligned algorithms. Biologist E.O. Wilson puts it best. The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And so there is a wisdom gap we need to fill. For a long time, researchers have known that literacy and math gaps, if they're not caught at an early age, compound over a lifetime. But to flourish in this new world, young people need tools of inner transformation. And to do this at scale, we need to create and operationalize contemplative education for adolescent learners. I think we need to create standards in the classical educational sense. We've already seen a shift in education, moving from what is worth learning about to what is worth becoming. Here we have two models on screen, the International Baccalaureate and the Common Ground Collaborative, and at their center, the middle of the framework, is who the student becomes upon graduating. In the middle, we have the IB learner profile, and then on the right, we have the portrait of a learner. And these list capacities that we want the student to develop across their education, not just subject matter. And so this talk will have three main takeaways. The first is the 3 lines of inquiry that led to the realization that we need to create standards. The second is the framework from which 18 standards were created. So the rationale. Standards as coherence. I'm front-loading the so what for all of these sections. And the so what here is that when topics are deemed serious, standards are created. The National Governors Association, when they were trying to figure out how to ensure that the US stayed on top of math, science, and literacy education, figured out that, hey, we need to create internationally benchmarked standards. In response to this, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine created a framework for science education that led to the next generation science standards. Standards that I've taught when I was in Hong Kong, and now I'm in New York City. So these are global standards. We also see that this occurred in mathematics education. Every state in the US had its own definition of mathematical proficiency. But that's not very helpful, so they all came together and eventually discovered that, hey, we need to create a standard definition, and so the Common Core State Standards were created. And we also see this with social and emotional learning. From the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, they also operationalized this type of education and created a rigorous set of standards. When topics are deemed serious, we make standards. Of course, when we care about something, we want to aim at the outcome. And that's what a standard is, so we're clear. A standard is not the learning experience, how something is taught. A standard is a target for instruction. So it's not saying this is the methodology that needs to occur. It's saying where are we aiming towards? And the framework here is just a conceptual basis from which standards are created. And so we're going to look at the next generation science standards and their frameworks. So when they got together, a grand committee of scientists, engineers, doctors, they discovered that, hey, every standard we create needs to contain three things: a scientific and engineering practice, a cross-cutting concept, and a core disciplinary idea. And so how does this look? Well, here's a standard that I've taught before, and it reads kind of academically, but develop and use a model to describe the function of a cell as a whole and ways the parts of cells contribute to the function. And so how does this contain the dimensions? Well, it contains a scientific and engineering practice using models. It contains one of these cross-cutting concepts, cause and effect, structure and function. And it contains a disciplinary core idea, life science, and the idea that organisms exist in ecosystems. And so all of their standards contain all of these three dimensions. And I thought this was an excellent way to create a rigorous foundation for standards. So we need standards, but why teach to adolescents? We heard many reasons from the previous speaker, which were wonderfully laid out. Adolescence is a time of dissolution, and it offers a uniquely aligned opportunity to alleviate the unique suffering of adolescence, and there's a lot of suffering, unfortunately, and establish positive behaviors that can flourish over a lifetime. Adolescence, as we know, is a biologically grounded period, and it's marked by the disintegration of many features of childhood stability. And three areas of lack were identified. They lack, as an adolescent, control, they lack connection, and they lack contentment. They lack control, well, internally, puberty is happening, and externally, well, their day-to-day schedule is mandated by the state. They have to go to school, they don't have much independence due to their families because they dictate their lives, and biologically, well, there's delayed maturation in the prefrontal cortex, makes them risk takers, more impulsive, and all of the skills that help in self-regulation, those are being delayed, and those are underdeveloped in their brains, so they can't control themselves. It's very unfortunate. However, there is already some research showing that mindfulness-based trainings directly improve executive functioning behavior. Connection. This is the curse of adolescents. They are hyper-aware of social dynamics, but uniquely unsuited to navigate them. It's quite unfortunate. And the research shows that there's increased activation in regions involving face processing, so they can understand the micro-expressions of your face, but have no idea how to deal with that. They're so aware of peer rejection, and they have enhanced areas of social cognition. And all of the elements that lead to long-lasting relationships, trust and reciprocity, take a long time to develop. But there are studies that show that loving-kindness meditation can increase feelings of social connection and positivity. And finally, contentment. Adolescents are hyper-focused on the self and constructing the self, right? Researchers say that it's like they've constructed an imaginary audience in front of them, and they're always performing. And what ossifies the self more than ossifying the other? But exciting new research has shown that transcendent thinking exercises, so abstract musing about topics, can help adolescents situate their understanding and their experiences within the broader trajectory of their lives. Because it's hard for them to conceptualize that they're going to live a very long time when all that they've known in that moment is rapid change. And finally, why are Buddhist practices uniquely suited to this endeavor? Since the beginning, Buddhism has had well-defined goals and concrete markers of progress, right? It began with a path in the Buddha's first discourse, where he said, hey, the Noble Eightfold Path is how to realize Nibbana. In other suttas, the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, it's referred to as the direct path. Paths have a beginning and an end, and you know when you're walking along it. In early Buddhist texts, we see the gradual path where we train in the three trainings, sila, samadhi, and panya. This gives rise to the supramundane path, with the four attainments, stream entry, once returner, non-returner, and arhat. And what's interesting, just like in the educational literature, these are directly mapped to markers of progress. And in this case, it's the progressive abandonment of the 10 fetters as you move through the 4 stages. We also see other framings of the meditative path, the 5-path model, accumulation, preparation, and so on. And again, moving between these levels is well defined. There's clear signs of success, much like in education, where when you're moving between grade levels, it's quite clear when you become competent at, let's say, a skill in mathematics. And again, we can see that these paths can be also mapped to another framework, the Bodhisattva Bhumi. And finally, we have more and more hierarchies of learning. Yesterday, we had a wonderful talk on the Vipassana Jnanas. Here we have them listed again, but this time in support of the claim that there's hierarchies of progression. There's ways of moving through the path in the same way you can move through a K-12 math curriculum. So there is precedent to turn Buddhist contemplative practices into this kind of standardized model. And so what is the framework that was created? So the framework, as we know, will inform these standards. It looks like this. We're going to dive into each of the 4 dimensions this time. So there's contemplative capacities, path practices, core concepts, and enumerated elements. And for those of you who've made diagrams on PowerPoint before, you know that this took hours. So at the center, we have the contemplative capacities: virtue, stability, and discernment. And these, of course, mirror the 3 trainings that we find throughout the Buddhist canon, Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. They were selected because they're preparatory and accessible. And they so happen to counteract those areas of adolescent lack. They counteract control. When we learn stability practices, we can discern some amount of control in our bodies. When we practice virtue, we become connected to others. And when we practice discernment, we can become content in the present moment. So these are the capacities within adolescence that this framework hopes to develop. Then we have the path practices, the ways in which we practice. So I noticed that within the Buddhist tradition, there's different ways we practice. Of course, there's attentional practices, right? Anapanasati, where we bring the awareness to the breath. But there's also reflective practices, where we inquire about a topic, deconstruct ideas. We contemplate death, for instance, deconstruct the body, contemplate the elements. And then there's affective practices, like the 4 abodes, where we generate target emotions and then spread those out. So there's these 3 types of path practices that were identified. And then the core concepts. I humbly tried to look at concepts that cut across the Buddhist canon. Much like in those science frameworks, they determined that here are the cross-cutting concepts across all science disciplines. And these concepts were chosen for their clarity, accessibility, and transferability. So we can see on the right, I've made a table in Pali and Sanskrit of some core ideas. And then on the left, they were consolidated into 4 main terms: dissatisfaction, causation, interbeing, and presence. And so these are the 4 concepts that imbue this framework. And finally, the enumerated elements are ways that we concretize these concepts. And so these were sets of practices that were chosen, again, for accessibility. And we can see here practices relating to the 5 hindrances, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 3 visions from the Sakya-lamdre tradition, and so on. And the little sentence I created for the logic of this framework was that we develop the capacities by using the practices to explore the concepts through the elements. And here we have them all listed. So how does a standard look? Well, the way standards are typically formulated is that there's a verb and then a statement. And Benjamin Bloom created these taxonomies of learning. So these taxonomies that have progressively more complex verbs. So it's harder to create something than it is to remember something. And there's corresponding verbs in all of these hierarchies for both cognitive tasks, affective tasks, and psychomotor tasks. So I chose the verbs for all of the standards from these taxonomies, hierarchies of learning. And so here's how they're written, and we're going to dive into them. They're divided by the contemplative capacity. So there's 6 standards for stability, 6 for virtue, and 6 for discernment. So they're organized in a matrix here to show you that much like the science standards, they are divided and incorporate all the dimensions. So these are the virtue standards. There are 2 for each of the path practices. So there's 2 reflective ones, 2 affective ones, and 2 attentional ones. And we can notice the concept tag That denotes which of those 4 core concepts are integrated into a standard. So I have an example for each. The first one would be, examine the advantages of your present physical, mental, material, and social condition and identify their dependencies on other conditions and beings. So this is a preparatory practice, much like contemplating our precious human birth. It incorporates the concepts of interbeing and causation. We have one from stability, and this is more classical mindfulness training in schools, right? The point of these standards is to broaden our understanding of what Buddhist contemplative practices can do in education. It's not just breath awareness or body sensation awareness, which is incredibly important. There's a lot more richness in the tradition. But this one is more classical. Demonstrate reliable and repeated placement of awareness on sensory and bodily objects, leading to sustained focus. And finally, one for discernment, for the affective, where we're developing an attitude. We develop an equanimous attitude towards the arising of pleasant and unpleasant mental and physical phenomena. So what are the next steps? I'm grateful to be working at a small school, so next year I get to create a year-long contemplative studies course that will be based on these standards. But most importantly, the next step involves you all. If you're inspired by this work, I would love to establish a committee for peer review of these standards and the framework that undergirds them, so that they can be deployed, hopefully at scale, and we can start to take contemplative education as seriously as we take math and science. No longer adding in 5 minutes of meditation at the end of class, but making it as serious as, let's say, a math course or a science course. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you to the speakers. They had some amazing topics. I definitely enjoyed Marabella's topic because I work with a lot of, I review a lot of research projects, and a lot of them don't necessarily look at, they're more focused on the research than the participants themselves, and seeing the methodology is where it's more tailoring to the participants, such as the practitioners and the adolescents is really interesting. And then regarding Sasha's topic, I have a son who's in school, and it's very, in the US, it's very standardized, and sometimes it looks less at different other aspects, and I wonder if having Buddhism as another part of his curriculum could help in his education. And thank you. And I guess we'll go into the Q&A session. Anyone have any questions? Sure.
So first of all, thank you all for your wonderful presentation. And also I would like to thank you for your social work and also wonderful research. Buddhism, unless we tackle the root causes, it is hard to tackle the actual problem. So we have to tackle, to have the ultimate solution, we have to tackle the root cause. So during the second speaker, I guess, she spoke about spoke that you are tackling the root cause. So I would be very much interested to know the root cause that you're tackling. Yeah, so what is it that, the root cause? I just want to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Yeah, I use root cause to mean a lot of different things, because from a psychological perspective, when we look at mindfulness-based programs, we talk about the fact that they target psychological processes. And the psychological processes are the underlying mechanisms that maintain suffering. So for example, an example of a psychological process that is involved in anxiety, depression, and many other disorders is, for example, rumination. That's an example of a psychological process where we're stuck in our minds, overthinking, thinking about ourselves in repetitive negative loops. And this is something that's involved then in depression, in anxiety, and all of these different disorders. And mindfulness, this is an example of mindfulness tackling that, because when we practice mindfulness, we learn how to regulate our attention and how to disengage, be aware of the fact that we are stuck in these negative thinking loops, and also disengage the attention from it and engage it into something else. So this is one example of a root cause in psychology that maintains suffering. So that's one example, but there are many others. Yes, if that answers your question, yes?
The solution, long-term solution. In your research and your social work, are you able to find the ultimate solution to tackle this? I would be interested to know.
That's
Thank
a
you.
very big question. I don't think I have any ultimate solution to anything, but what we are trying to do is, in our research, is to really develop mindfulness programs. We want to get mindfulness to the youth. That's what we're trying to do, but it's really hard to do so because they don't find it interesting, they're not engaged, it's quite boring for them, they have no idea why we are talking to them about mindfulness. So really our question right now is how do we make it that it's relevant to them, but we ask them and involve them. So for now, for me, one of the first solutions is that we figure out how mindfulness can meet the needs of youth and that we understand that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Sasha, thank you so much for your talk and the work you're doing. I would like to ask, you brought up the idea of, as you work with adolescents, them dealing with, in regards to the ego, an imaginary audience. However, I would go so far as to say that there is no longer an imaginary audience due to the surveillance state that we live in which people's actions are being recorded and posted without their consent constantly. In working with adolescents who have grown up in this digital age where they know that they can be recorded and posted at any time and are dealing with this very real audience, how do you address this and how do you think that we should keep addressing it going forward as this technology evolves? Thank you.
Really wonderful question. And it wasn't until you asked it that I realized, yeah, the imaginary audience is a real audience live on social media. One way we can do this, and I'm grateful to work at a new middle school, is enact policies so that the school day becomes sacred. So there's no phones allowed all day at school, so the students can at least feel like within that environment, they're not performing in front of a real social media audience, right? Nothing performative can happen there. In terms of more broadly, it's quite challenging, and to address the point earlier, I think we can navigate these strange social realities by attacking the root causes. You know, the 3 poisons, greed, aversion, ignorance. And by doing this in a school where we've created the boundaries where there's no phones here, we all care for each other, and we're taking contemplative studies seriously, that perhaps when we leave the safe space of the school and into broader society where we can't fight this technology, and it's doing both good and harm, that they can navigate it safely and use it mostly for good.
Hello. I would like to speak to the second presenter. Firstly, thank you so much for very wonderful presentations, all of you. I think it really relates to what I'm doing as I deal with many adolescents as a teacher. I have a question to second presenter. You mentioned in your finding that I like the idea about co-creation intervention, and your finding says that there is some hesitation to not involving the parents, and I'm quite skeptical because, you know, I also deal with many adolescents who has a lot of friction with their parents, and of course it's expected sometimes intentionally, sometimes, you know, not intentionally. So I was just wondering why they are reluctant to, you know, involve their parents. One thing, like, we understand most of the mindful practices, especially in Bhutan, starts from home, dealing with parents, and I just doubt why they are, I mean, your finding says that they are hesitant to involve the parents.
Yes, thank you for the question. That's a very interesting question. So, of course, our findings were with a very small group, so of course we need to do more and have a larger group. But what we did hear from the adolescents was that if their parents were present, they did not feel that they would be able to speak openly and really be honest in the discussions, so that if we want them to be open and completely honest with us about their issues and their difficulties, that for many of them, it was not comfortable for their parents to be there. It would not permit them to really open up because not all of them had good relationships with their parents. And that's the main reason why. But they did say, okay, parents can be involved in parts where they don't have to share about their difficulties. So in parts where we're talking to the parents about mindfulness and how they can support the mindfulness practice, but not in parts where they need to be vulnerable and really show what struggles they're having. Yeah, thank you.
The work that you presented corresponds very closely to the information we're seeing from different parts of the world with the Mind and Life Institute, Mind and Life in Europe, and very grateful for your presentation. There seem to be two tracks, and I think we need to think about this carefully. One track seems to be about human enhancement, all right? And the other is a soteriological system, or a religion, really. It's a system of liberation. All right, so it was very clear in your paper, you know, with the moving from very practical, pragmatic pedagogy to Abhidharma. It was really clear. This is the problem that's coming up time and time again as people talk about contemplative studies programs that are supposed to be secular, but they're really not. Or the problem that the English school system had with mindfulness programs in the schools where they did not train the teachers well enough, and so the students reached frustration levels, all right? So what we want to look at, could we possibly imagine a way to integrate the mindfulness training into a human enhancement spectrum that would include things like Tai Chi and gymnastics and all of the other things that make a whole human person, especially for an adolescent who is very active and wants to do that. We tried it fairly successfully. A friend of mine who's a Tai Chi and karate instructor, and then he will introduce mindfulness in small bites. And it's amazing the results he gets. Just a suggestion open to discussion. Thank you.
I think that was a wonderful sort of observation. I think one note in terms of introducing these programs, making them sort of secular and the trouble that can cause, just to touch on the sort of concepts of interbeing, causation, dissatisfaction, and presence that were identified. I see those as somewhat secular, matter-of-fact observations of the human condition, and I see a lot of Buddhist observations as just, here's a way to look at reality and discern what's really going on. And I see that as sort of fundamentally just anyone can partake in that. A Christian, a Jew, anyone can say, yeah, there's suffering here. Yeah, if I'm present with it, and we saw these psychological process-based models earlier, if I'm present with it, then I don't enter these sort of parasitic loops of self-loathing and so on. I know that briefly touches on your question, but definitely we need schools that are more broad in their thinking, that do have at their center what the student becomes ultimately, and not just sort of what they're learning. But what they're learning is, of course, important. But who they are when they graduate, instead of what just their marks are, but how do you mark how patient they are, how generous they are, and so on. Open questions for the future.
Thank you. We're short on time, so it's going to be the end of our session. But I'm sure if you have any questions, you can approach the speakers and ask them anything. Thank you.
This brings to the end of our session, mindfulness-based intervention, turning distress into presence and flourishing. Thank you to our afternoon speakers, and once again to Mr. Dana Melvin for chairing this session throughout. Please enjoy the tea time, and feel free to connect with today's speakers during the break. Thank you, La. session.
if it don't work,
Yeah.
it should work. If it don't work,
So this is off right now.
Attention, please. There is attention, please. There is one announcement from coordinators. There will be a special breakwork workshop guided by Niguma Institute. There will be a special breathwork workshop guided by Niguma Institute today from 5 to 5:30 p.m. at Samsil Dukha. Please join us for the experimental workshop and discover the power of breath as a pathway to self-knowledge and inner reflection. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen. As we begin this session, it is my privilege to introduce our session chair, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill. Venerable Professor Gill is a non-resident senior fellow at the Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nadar University, Delhi. She holds a second BA, MPhil, PhD, and also completed postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Cambridge, where she also taught development economics and political economy. She has previously served as head of Department of International Relations and Governance Study at Shiv Nadar University, as well as the principal of Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Education in Bengaluru. She is closely associated with Tibet House, New Delhi, where she completed 6-year Nalanda Master course in Buddhist philosophy. Her scholarly contribution includes the acclaimed monograph of Poverty and Plastic. Currently, she holds the Dalai Lama Chair in Nalanda Study at Goa University and served as inaugural speaker for Dalai Lama Chair at Punjab University. Now ordained as a Buddhist monastic, she continued to teach on secular ethics, non-violence, Nalanda philosophy, and lectures on the Tibetan non-violent struggle and the refugee experience. Her works combines deep knowledge and spiritual wisdom, making her a truly special person to lead the sessions. With this, please join me in warmly welcoming our session chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very generous introduction. I will start with a homage verse. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate dharma to dispel all wrong views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. So thank you all for staying here for an afternoon session. I would like to also thank the Center for Bhutan and GNH Studies for the invitation, and to congratulate its president, Dasho Karma Ura, and all the staff and volunteers for a truly original, stimulating, and thought-provoking conference. I don't think I've ever attended such a conference with a range of presentations and ideas, and also the work that goes on here. I think they have almost 90 to 100 scholars doing research here, so that is just fabulous. I think just being here brings to mind what we mean by a multidimensional perspective of a good life in the Aristotelian philosophical sense. And that is something worth bringing to mind as we see the first world, lot of Western richest economies in some ways implode on questions of liberal democracy, on questions of post-World War II, human rights, the Bretton Woods systems. All of this is up for grabs right now at this moment in history. So I think it is worth thinking about what we mean by a good life. So our panel today is going to speak about mindful learning, tools for students and educators. And before I give you an introduction to this wonderful group we have here, I would like to say a few words about the Nalanda tradition. As many of us know, This university flourished from the 5th to the 12th centuries, so it predates the University of Cambridge, which is my alma mater. It predates Oxford University and all the universities, the Ivy Leagues of the Western world. And it was truly the original liberal arts conceptualization of the purpose and the idea of an education. We heard Sasha and the previous panel speak about it, but I think the Greeks and others thought about, what is the notion of education? And the idea was that it had intrinsic value and not just instrumental value to get us a high-paid job in the Fordist sense. So Nalanda University then, it had numerous subjects. It had rigorous debate as pedagogy, and all my venerable monastic seniors here will know that when you have debate as a pedagogy, it completely turns the nature of your mind. It had critical inquiry built into it and dialectical method as its hallmarks. So the whole tradition builds in debate with previous and other philosophical thinking. Now, in terms of subject matter, logic, epistemology, psychology, philosophy, and so on, all to get a broad idea of the world, but also, of course, various lenses on the two critical wings, as it says at the end of entry into the middle way, Oma Jukpa, that the two wings to get to the shore of enlightenment is compassion and emptiness. And we've been hearing a lot, of course, the other side of emptiness is interdependence. This is the Mahayana Himalayan Buddhist tradition, or the Sanskrit tradition, as we may call it. And in today's age, which is truly dystopian, as I sit here in this absolutely stunning setting, you have to think it's a Chenrezig mandala, right? When you land in Bhutan and you are looking out of the window, and my mind goes to people in Ukraine, people in Gaza, people in so many parts of the world today. And you have to think that we are living in a very, very dystopian time. Of course, rising mental health issues. And the root of the solution, we heard about the root in terms of ignorance, and that, of course, is the final root. But in terms of what we can do, I think that a key is education, both its pedagogy and its content. And here I'm going to pick up just one, which is, I think His Holiness the Dalai Lama has described Buddhism as having three parts: science, philosophy, and religion. Religion is for Buddhists, science and philosophy is for really anybody at all. And in this context, I think the question that was raised by the previous panel, that, if you bring up a religious perspective, and I say this because I've also taught secular ethics at my university for 5 years, and when I was introducing that course, one of my colleagues said, don't use the B word, and what he meant was Buddhism. And I actually did that because I think it's more skillful, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama has said, that ethics is like water and religion is like tea. So, of course, if you are in a Buddhist country or setting or center, you may, overtly use that. But otherwise, I'm going to give you one quick example of how I see the possibilities. So this is it from Buddhist psychology. We have 5 omnipresent mental factors: contact, attention, discrimination, feeling, and intention. So in simplistic terms, contact, we made contact with the tea. Our attention went to the wonderful tea. Our discernment thought, oh, it's these beautiful snacks and food that we've been having every day. The feeling is very pleasant, and the intention is to have a puff pastry or a banana bread, right? Now, a more sort of shaking up example would be, we all remember the George Floyd's death a few years ago in the United States of America, where a black man was killed, the policeman put his knee on the neck. So there, this cat fee would operate contact with the person, attention to that person. You perceive the person as a black man, your feeling is aversion, and your intention is to kill. So when I teach my students this, for example, as Sasha said in the last presentation, there is nothing religious about this. We can say Buddhist psychology, but actually you may just use psychology. So this is one example of the ways and means in which this entire tradition, there are so many elements. And our panel today is, of course, going to talk about, mindfulness as a tool in education. both for the educators and for the students. And previous panel also brought up that, who the educators are, what they embody is also very critical. So with that, I'm going to introduce our superb panel. The complete biographies are in our pack, but I will just introduce. We have 3 speakers. The first is Dr. Amelia Hall, who's a scholar, practitioner, academic leader, and translator, specializing in Tibetan and Himalayan studies, Buddhist philosophy, and contemplative education. She currently serves as Associate Professor and Dean of the Graduate Collective at Naropa University, where she has been instrumental in integrating traditional Buddhist teachings with contemporary academic frameworks. And she has a DPhil from the University of Oxford. Our next speaker will be Dr. 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧 Bresman, who is a PhD student in clinical psychology at the Psychological Sciences Research Institute of UC Louvain, Belgium. Her research explores the relationship between mindfulness and identity development in adolescence, with the aim of adapting mindfulness programs to the development needs of young people. In collaboration with a colleague, she adopts a co-creation approach that actively involves adolescents and professionals to bridge the gap between scientific research and real-life implementation. And our third speaker is Indrani Laskar, who is an Indian civil servant, author, and Buddhist scholar dedicated to integrating mindfulness and compassion into public health and governance. As Joint Secretary in Assam's Health and Family Welfare Department, she champions women's empowerment, mental health initiatives, and rural development. And she's also my classmate at Tibet House, Delhi, being a fellow student of Geshe Dorji Damdullah. And to just say in those 5 omnipresent mental factors, what you would use discernment is to change the discrimination. So that can be done at many levels. You can think of relativity, you can think of compassion, and you can use the final bomb, which is emptiness. And where we make it secular, if you talk about interdependence, the foremost scholars of nonviolence today, such as Judith Butler and others, are talking about interdependence. So there is nothing particularly religious, or there's no cultural relativism here. If we change our discernment, the feeling is changed. If we don't see a black man, we see a common human being who wants happiness, doesn't want suffering. Our feeling changes and our intention changes. And this is the way that this tradition can be used in such various ways. And over to our first speaker, Dr. Amelia Hart from Naropa University.
Okay, yes, good. Good afternoon. I want to thank the Center for Bhutan Studies just to be invited and to come back to Bhutan. I was here about 5 years ago, so it's wonderful to be back. So I'm going to begin my talk with a question. What if the best learning happens not when students feel safe, but when they feel brave? So what I'm presenting today is a contemplative form of examination called the warrior exam. And this is an examination, contemplative examination process that we've been doing at Naropa now for 50 years. So Naropa University was founded in 1974 by Trungpa Rinpoche, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, in the Nalanda tradition. So we consider it a Buddhist-inspired university. And many of the qualities that you were talking about in your introduction were the inspiration and continue to be the inspiration for our institution. So I'm going to talk about this contemplative form of examination, the warrior exam. And some of you may recognize my colleague, Dr. Judith Simmer-Brown, in that photo. But I'm going to read a scene from an article written by another of my colleagues, Professor Dale Azrael, who wrote a thesis on this topic of the warrior exam called Love of Wisdom Puts You on the Spot. So, what is fearlessness? The question hangs in the air. 2 people, one the questioner and the other the respondent, sit face to face, engaged in a most ancient form of inquiry, asking and answering a question. Questioner, What is fearlessness? Respondent. In the book we studied, the author said, fearlessness is knowing the nature of fear. That means being willing to face fear and experience it directly. It doesn't mean not having any fear. Questioner. What is your own experience of fearlessness? The respondent looks down. I don't really know what fearlessness means in my own experience. I always retreat when I'm scared. The questioner regards her silently. After a few moments, the respondent raises her eyes and meets the questioner's gaze. Questioner. What are you experiencing right now? Respondent. I'm afraid I'm making a mess of this exam like I always do when I get scared. So for 50 years, Naropa University has been experimenting with a contemplative oral exam practice called the Warrior's Exam. And I'm going to share in this brief talk what we've discovered about creating a brave space for contemplative exams, and then we're going to experience it together. So I'm going to do a demonstration and call on one of you from the audience to be brave. So, what are some of the educational challenges that we're facing? Student anxiety is at record levels, yet our traditional assessment and examination methods often increase rather than address this anxiety. Meanwhile, AI tools now enable students to generate essays and assignments without ever engaging deeply with the material. One of the questions that we ask our students at Naropa, who, when we've discovered that they're using AI for their work, one of the questions we ask is trying to actually get to the root of the problem. What is making you use AI for your work instead of relying on your own insights? Usually the answer is rooted in some kind of fear. So the Warrior Exam offers quite a compelling way, an answer to some of these issues. This format requires students to demonstrate embodied, personalized understanding in real time. It validates inner knowledge, and this is central to a Buddhist-inspired and contemplative education. It privileges understanding that has been personally verified through direct experience and integration, not memorized information or factual recall. So what are the roots of some of this? You mentioned debate in the Nalanda tradition, and you also mentioned Oxford and Cambridge University, the other place you went to. So this practice draws from rich traditions. Firstly, Tibetan debate, where knowledge emerges through dynamic exchange between students in monastery courtyards, and knowledge here emerges in the exchanges between the students themselves. And second, in Western universities, the oral entrance exams or exam traditions have these kinds of questions that have an open-ended kind of inquiry with no absolute correct answers. An example from the entrance exam for Oxford's All Souls College have questions like, how can words be beautiful? Or how do apologies work? So these traditions share a crucial insight. They assess not factual recall, but the quality of thinking and the capacity to engage meaningfully with complex ideas and be brave even when afraid. The term warrior, in the context of Trungpa Rinpoche's envisioning of this exam that he developed for Naropa University, comes from the Tibetan word pawo, meaning brave one, emphasizing courage and compassion. So what's the format? Here's how it works. Students will sit in a circle, and there will be 2 chairs or 2 cushions in the middle. We don't have it quite the way set up here, but it's okay. Questions. If this is an end of semester or an end of a course exam, the questions will be sent to the students ahead of time, a few weeks ahead of time, but they don't know which question they're going to get. So they have to study for all of them. Students and instructors may sit facing each other. So sometimes the questioner is the instructor, sometimes it's another student, it varies, but the question and the respondents sit facing each other. The questions are deliberately open-ended questions that should encourage personal insight. And this process is ritualized. Students and instructor may sit and practice mindfulness for a few minutes before and a few minutes after. Then each bow in mutual respect. The respondent selects and reads a question silently and then hands it to the questioner. The questioner then reads the question aloud for everyone. After a brief reflection, the respondent will answer. The questioner may ask follow-up questions, what we call spontaneous sparks, to push beyond rehearsed responses towards deeper understanding. And when satisfied, the questioner states, "I accept your answer," and then both bow. Each exchange lasts around 2 to 5 minutes, so there's a timed quality to this. So if you've got people who like the sound of their own voice and keep talking and talking, you've got a way to cut them off. But everyone participates. The ritual structure then creates what we call a brave space, not a safe space where discomfort is avoided, but a supportive environment where students can take intellectual risks. Now, the results have been quite remarkable. Like we have said, we've been doing this for almost 50 years. Students consistently report discovering that they understood material much more deeply than they realized. The examination format allows them to access what we call in the bones, from the heart knowledge, understanding that becomes part of lived experience rather than rote memorization. Perhaps more importantly, students develop intellectual courage. They learn to navigate uncertainty, to sit with moments of not knowing, and to trust their own thinking process. As one student noted, the best climbers are the ones who know about falling. The warrior exam teaches students to work with fear rather than be paralyzed by it. The practice also transforms exams from an individual ordeal into a collective learning experience. Knowledge emerges not only from performing, but from witnessing peers navigate the process. And that way, students also develop empathy and learn to support one another through their vulnerabilities. In our current educational landscape, I think this practice offers a powerful countermeasure to AI-generated work and also surface-level engagement. The format requires distinctly human forms of knowing, those that integrate intellectual comprehension with personal experience, emotional resonance, and embodied understanding. You can't fake the hesitations, the panic, the insights, and the spontaneous connections that characterize this kind of learning. The unpredictable nature of the follow-up questions makes preparation through AI-generated content extremely difficult. Instead, this practice privileges the lived experience of a human being grappling with complex ideas and finding their own voice. Of course, implementation isn't without challenges. The format definitely requires careful framing, particularly for very anxious students. Scaling to large classes presents logistical difficulties. Developing consistent assessment criteria remains an ongoing challenge, and of course, online learning is another challenge. But after many years of the refinement, the practice demonstrates that we can create assessment methods that honor both rigorous academic standards and the development of the whole person. And we do even offer this in online classes as well. But now, rather than just talking about the practice, I'd like us to experience it. So I'd like to invite one of you into a brief warrior exam demonstration. So who would be willing to be a volunteer who's feeling brave? Oh, no brave warriors in the room. There must be one person. Come on then. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
So we're sitting.
You're doing it for Rinpoche? Yeah. Okay. So I'll explain it again so you know what we're doing. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a brave space. And that means also that everybody in the room, you're also part of this process. So if you can get off your phones, stop editing your slides for your talk tomorrow, let's just sit together because you're supporting our warrior here, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you, there's some questions in there. You choose one question. So we're all going to hold the space. We're going to be present. We're going to be mindful. So take a moment to select one question. Read it silently. Tell me which one you want to answer, and then I'll read it aloud for everyone. And then after a brief reflection, you'll have 1 minute or so to answer, okay? What is fearlessness?
Feeling the raw and dark aspects of your own fear so deeply, the fear of external things and the fear of yourself and the things you suppress so much that there is no other way to be in contact with it so you can move past it.
Drawing from your own experience, in what ways do you work with fear?
Recognizing it, attempting to put a hand out and touch it, often touching it and then withdrawing.
Thank you, I accept your answer.
Thank you.
So thank you for indulging my demonstration there. So I want to conclude with, what did you observe as a witness to this exchange? Just think about this. What was the quality of listening and the presence in the room? Did you notice the embodied nature of the experience, the difference between a prepared and an authentic, spontaneous response, the supportive energy created by the structure and the practice and the ritual, and how knowledge emerges in the moment? So this is what we mean by brave space, a structured environment that supports authentic, intellectual risk-taking. Thank you to our volunteer for being fearless. In just these few minutes, you've experienced the human capacity for presence, vulnerability, and authentic insight. As higher education continues navigating complex challenges, including student mental health concerns and questions about deeper learning outcomes, contemplative practices like the Warrior Exam provide valuable alternatives to conventional examination approaches. In the current landscape of education, where artificial tools increasingly blur the boundaries between authentic student work and computer-generated content, assessment methods that privilege human in the bones from the heart knowing are essential. This is not simply information transference. It's a way to prepare students to cultivate inner knowing, not only technical competence, but also deep insight and compassionate ethical awareness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for this conference. I'm really honored to be here. So my name is 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧 Bresmal, and I'm a PhD student in clinical psychology at the Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. And my presentation is more methodological one and not so practical. Thank you very much. So I will present a research project we have set up with my colleagues to explore the links between identity and adolescence construction, between identity construction in adolescence and mindfulness. So what about the context? Adolescence is often described as a sensitive time full of change and instability. It's a developmental period marked by significant emotional, cognitive, and social shift, as we already heard in previous presentation. One of the most central tasks during this time is the construction of identity. What I mean is the process of forming a coherent sense of self, making sense of one's place in the world. Recent research has pointed the potential of mindfulness to support self-related process in youth, including identity development. However, the mechanism that link mindfulness to identity construction remain unclear. This brings us to our question. So how do mindfulness and identity interact? Which processes are involved? How are mindfulness and identity construction connected? This is the starting point of our investigation. So the objective of this study is to build a solid theoretical framework, foundation for understanding the link between mindfulness and identity construction in adolescence. To do this, we aim to identify key psychological processes involved in each domain, explore possible overlaps or synergy between them, and ultimately provide insight that can help inform the design of mindfulness-based program adapted to the developmental needs of adolescents. So what about our hypothesis? We began to explore literature to build first hypothesis. Concerning mindfulness, we can point out different processes working together. First, we have awareness of emotions who help us understanding our needs and goals. Going deeper, it allows us to clarify our value and help us to make choice and being more engaged on them. On the other side, we have identity construction. Even though it's less explored, we could underline some psychological processes. It begins with self-awareness, leading to different types of exploration and commitment who allow us to gradually build our value. This is a cyclical process involving varying degree of exploration and commitment, with period of coming and going until value stabilize and the cycle slow down. We can observe links emerging between various processes in both domains, and we believe that mindfulness, by helping clarifying value, may help build identity. So the literature provides us initial hypotheses regarding potential links between mindfulness and identity construction. And now we want to challenge and refine these hypotheses. And to do so, what better method to going consulting experts, independent. So we seek to have a consensus on which processes are implied on identity construction and mindfulness and how to link them. To support this approach, we choose a structural process designed to build expert consensus, the Delphi method. But what is a Delphi method? So actually, the Delphi method is often used in marketing. This is a structured research process designed to gather and refine expert opinion on several rounds of consultation. It is particularly well suited for complex or emerging research area where clear consensus does not exist yet. Key features of the method include anonymous participation, which reduces social influence, iterative feedback, which allow experts to reflect and adjust their view, and a focus on reaching consensus. As illustrated in the figure, a typical Delphi study starts with an exploratory phase involving open-ended questions. This allows participants to freely express their understanding of the topic. The second step involves more structure and close question, aiming to classify and prioritize elements. Finally, further ones are used to refine opinions and helping to build consensus through gradually convergence of expert feedback. So our study will be divided into two phases. In phase one, we will consult two separate expert panels, one specializing on identity construction and the other in mindfulness. Each group will be asked to identify and validate psychological processes relevant to their field. In phase two, we will bring two groups together and explore how the identified process might be linked. Through the study, all rounds will be conducted online, and participants will receive structured feedback between each round to support commitment. When conducting Delphi studies, there are few steps important that require special attention. One of these key aspects is the selection of experts. Ensuring credibility and independence start with clearly predefined inclusion criteria. Also, anonymity in feedback, as I mentioned further, avoid peer influence. In our study, academic experts were selected based on their recent publication on identity, mindfulness, or adolescence. We also included clinicians that have mindfulness training or practical experience with working with young people. Participants were identified through academic journal, professional association. The panel will be complete using professional network and snowball sampling. In Delphi study, it is important to define in advance how to reach a consensus that prevents bias on reinterpretation during analysis. While there is no universally accepted standard, many studies use percentage of agreement between experts. A systematic review by Diamond and colleagues show that it is the most common way to define consensus. In our study, we will use a 75% threshold. This value is widely used in Delphi study for reaching agreement. Finally, it's important. It's really a really important point is the framework we give. To ensure that all participants will work with the same conceptual base, we will provide key definition at the beginning of the study. We acknowledge and fully recognize the influence of various traditions and practices that have shaped the current understanding of mindfulness. However, to facilitate this project, we invite participants to adopt a secular and Western perspective with a focus on understanding mindfulness as a psychological process that can be explored and measured through scientific tools, research, and assessment. In this study, we define mindfulness as an intentional state of reflective awareness focusing attention on present moment experiences. It is characterized by a non-judgmental and non-reactive attitude towards thoughts, emotion, and sensation. Identity construction is defined as a complex transitional period during which an individual develops sense of self and integrates a representation of themselves. This involves exploration, consolidation, and revelation of the role and value, often influenced by lived experiences and interaction with the social and cultural environment. Finally, psychological processes are defined as dynamic mechanisms that influence cognitive, emotional, and behavioral elements such as thoughts, perception, sensation, and emotion, leading to change and in an individual's mental state and behavior. To test the understanding of this definition, we are currently pre-testing our questionnaire. With the result, we will adapt them and then launch the study with a panel of experts. So I'm already at the conclusion. Also, this study is still in progress. We hope it will contribute to a deeper and theoretical understanding of how mindfulness might support adolescent identity development. Our finding may also offer practical guidance for adapting mindfulness program to better reflect developmental specificities of adolescent identity construction. By clarifying which psychological processes are most relevant, we aim to support the future intervention better aligned with adolescents' identity-related needs. So perhaps in a few weeks, you will receive an email from us inviting you to take part to our study. We would be very happy to collaborate with you and discover your insight and reflection. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, respected speakers and esteemed guests out here. My sincere apology at the very outset, because I believe I'm the only one without any PPT. Because in between my work as election observer and also back-to-back meetings that I had and also floods, just before I came from Guwahati, I just couldn't squeeze out time to make a PPT. But I come here, and may I also say that I'm not a researcher, I'm not a psychologist, I have got nothing to do with science. But yes, I am a public servant. I'm into civil service for more than 20 years. I come here to speak few words, just with my conviction and my belief that mindfulness is the way forward when it comes to policy making. And also, my apologies because I speak from the perspective of a layman, with all the blessings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and my art teacher, Geshe Dorje Damdul, whatever little knowledge I had got and my interest in this mindfulness. I quote, "Your noble son is mad, mad call it, for it to define true madness. What isn't but to be, nothing else but mad, but let go," unquote. That is what the politician Polonius, who tried to elaborate upon Hamlet's madness before the Queen in the play Hamlet by William Shakespeare. For ages, madness has been a recurring theme in literature, be it Hamlet's madness, the struggles in mental asylum in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and the psychological turmoil in Crime and Punishment. In fact, any person deviating from normal behavior characterized by significant break from reality has been referred as mad. And so they are kept confined in religious madness, madhouses, where they are prayed for. But now, the focus is on mental health, and not necessarily to be called mad, insane, or crazy. Everyone has mental health, but not everyone receives diagnosis involving mental illness. Mental illness are diagnosable conditions which involve changes in behavior, mood, or thinking. On the other hand, as defined by WHO, mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, work well, and contribute to the community and society at large. Peak mental health is about managing active conditions and maintaining wellness and happiness. But not always mental health is at its peak. Again, I refer to WHO, who says that globally in 2019, 970 million people, or 1 in 8 people, live with mental health conditions. And in fact, they also had to say that suicide is one of the common factor, among the children who are as young as 15 to 19. Staggering indeed are the statistics if we go into details. In fact, as a civil servant, when I was working in the districts, I found young children as young as 9 years old, can you believe, and putting end to the life, living just 9 years on this earth. In view of this global concern, the WHO's mental health report has strategized 3 parts for transforming mental health: deepen value given to mental health by individual communities and governments, reshape physical, social, and economic characteristics in home, schools, and workplace and wider community, strengthen mental health care mindfulness. I believe that is why we all gathered here all these days to talk about mindfulness, to talk about mental health, right? Now I go back because one of the core concepts that we have is happiness. What is happiness? Well, in the art of happiness, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I believe most of us has read the book. Happiness is determined more by one's state of mind than external events, and that level of happiness is determined by our outlook and is a function of how we perceive our situation, how satisfied we are. And that is the transformation in our outlook. And that we have lots of negative mental traits which we need to address and counteract. It requires repeated application of various techniques and taking time. And so the first step is learning how negative emotions and behaviors are harmful and how positive emotions are helpful. In fact, the Dalai Lama says we consider them, that is the hatred, jealousy, and anger, as negative states of mind because they destroy our happiness. And they had to be rooted out. And we also have to grow about the antidotes. So that is what happiness is all about. And mindfulness has been taken up as a core practice for cultivating ethical discipline, for fostering self-awareness, promoting responsible actions, and encouraging deeper understanding of impact of our thoughts and behavior on ourselves and others. In fact, it is being present at the moment without judgment of thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and environment, aiming at deeper understanding of reality and promoting well-being. In fact, this mindfulness can be said to be closely connected to Buddha's teaching on impermanence, independent origination, non-attachment, and letting go. Now we see what mindfulness is spreading. Apart from His Holiness Thich Nhat Hanh, who rose to prominence as activist opposing the Vietnam War, we all know, he published a book, which again I believe most of us read it, Miracle of Mindfulness. Okay. Then what happened was in 1975, the Insight Meditation Society was established, and in 1979, I believe, Jon Kabat-Zinn, he was one of its students, and he developed what? Mindfulness-based stress reduction program at the University of Massachusetts Medical School in 1979. The insight of the mindfulness can liberate us from fear, anxiety, and anger, allowing us to be truly happy. He developed this program on 7 attitudinal factors that constitutes the pillars of mindfulness: non-judging, patience, acceptance, and letting go. There are also additional qualities which we had talked about, not non-harming, generosity, gratitude, forbearance, forgiveness, empathetic joy. And since its inception, MBSR has been followed, and this has become, and he himself has to say, that paying attention in a particular way on purpose, on present moment, and non-judgmentally. I'm talking about those basics because, a layman like me, we need to, understand what is mindfulness if we are to take forward mindfulness as a part of public policy. I mean, someone like me who haven't gone into the depth, this is, I believe, is important, right? And as Jean has said, that we need to use our energy in strength, wisdom, and compassion. This draws from the Buddhist perspective of deepening connection with others, for which compassion is necessary. Defining compassion, the Dalai Lama, again in his Art of Happiness, has said it is a mental attitude based on the wish of others to be free of suffering and is associated with the sense of commitment, responsibility, and respect for others. Now a question comes. We are talking about mindfulness. Is it really relevant? Well, I can only quote some statistics and all. I am not a researcher, as I have already given a disclaimer. But then there had been numerous studies, which I believe in Harvard University had shown. They are using the MRI brain scanning technology, where they say that they have got benefits on learning, memory, regulation, and sense of self. His Holiness the Dalai Lama also refers to genuine exchange of cumulative knowledge of Buddhism and modern science for understanding of human mind and capacity for transforming human brain. In fact, in 2001, the Dalai Lama and the Western neurosurgeons met to talk over the transformation of mind. The Dalai Lama says, all human beings have an innate desire to overcome suffering and find happiness. Training the mind to think differently through meditation is an important way to avoid suffering and anxiety and be happy. In fact, the tools of neurosurgeon came to be utilized and to study the qualities of kindness, compassion, and this has become the nucleus of the studies. These are the efforts. So I had been talking about the positive states of mind and developing awareness and living on the present. Because why? This is because it is going to lead to a more joyful existence. It is about living a life through authentic realization, emphasizing living with two deeper values, deeper satisfaction beyond temporary pleasure, and practicing activities which enhance well-being. Okay. So as I was talking as a policymaker, I feel, in my own humble opinion, there can be three pillars if we take forward this mindfulness. First is mindfulness in schools. My earlier speakers, Marabella and Sasha, they had given wonderful presentation on how they had been incorporating mindfulness in schools. First and foremost, training of the children. And so I won't dwell much on it. They had already given such beautiful presentation. But yes, this is something we can also think about and maybe bring such type of examples to a broader forum. Maybe we can think it to bring it to the center stage. I mean, the examples which they had been doing. And yes, of course, there has been other examples also, like, Amy salesman of her steel quiet place, which she had been doing. She had conducted a study of the Stanford University after 8 years of mindfulness training of the 4th and 6th grades. They had documented that they had decrease in anxiety and improvement in attention. I was talking about the suicide among the youngsters. Maybe this is the way out, right? Then there is also the example of Diana Winston. She is also the author of 𝐻𝐿. This is another very popular book. And she has been doing mindfulness intensive camps since 1993 for teens who have been suffering from attention problem, depression, etc. And we know that mindfulness is also coming to the forefront in UK. In fact, there has been around, since 2019, about 370 schools has been practicing mindfulness as in UK. And the UK government has sanctioned around 9.3 million in implementation of a program. They have got a 4-year strategy to provide educators. And what these educators are going to do? They are going to teach mindfulness in the schools. Isn't it amazing? And maybe this is the future. They are just the baby steps which the world is taking for mindfulness. And as a policymaker, I feel happy that these things are happening. In Australia, they have got the Smiling Mind for students for 1 to 2 years in developing mindfulness with skills, and government has also allocated fund. Okay, my time has already come to an end, I suppose, and of course there's another pillar. And yes, I won't elaborate on it, but there has also been studies that now is this another buzzword is emotional intelligence. Now, do this emotional intelligence have got any connection with mindfulness? That is also one question that comes to our mind. And studies have shown that firstly, a regular practice of mindfulness meditation can enhance our ability to understand our emotions. Secondly, people who practice mindfulness easily detect and understand emotions. Thirdly, mindfulness also help us to recover from distress and help us to recover from the emotions. Now, there is also the teacher training is there, and one very good example is the 8-week course that is offered by the Brown University, the British Association of Mindfulness. Also, they have got good practice guidelines for the teachers, and in Bhutan, there is also the Choice for Yourself. I'll just go, because these are the two pillars. I was talking about the students, I was talking about the teachers, and another thing that can be the thought of is whether mindfulness can be a part of the curriculum. Here again, I will mention about Thich Nhat Hanh and his workup schools, and where he had been proposed the teachers and the students should sit together and tell each other of sufferings inside. He talks of what? Mindfulness of listening and mindfulness of speaking. And he further says that practice of mindfulness is to be aware of the habit energy, to recognize and smile of it. And he talks about the 5 mindfulness training to protect life, to practice true happiness, true love, deep listening, and loving speech, and mindful consumption. And this is based on the insight of interbeing. There goes the, okay, just bear with me so that I can finish it up. And we bureaucrats always have got this tendency to talk and talk, you know. This is a part of the job, and it became a habit. Since 2011, workup schools has become, you know, and there is a book called Happy Teachers. Likewise, His Holiness the Dalai Lama has also been talking about kindness, and he had got 2 books, Loving Kindness and Peaceful Mind. And he had said that he was talking about the happy curriculum, which has the objectives of developing of self-awareness and mindfulness in students, encouraging greater empathy, greater sense of social awareness and values. In fact, he has to say, again, I quote him, before the children get very angry and unhappy, they need to try and identify what is making them feel that way. That is the self-awareness. And he also, because I will just mention, I will not go into the details, because again, I'll take another 15 minutes, I guess. He was talking about the syllabus since 2022. There was this, the Dalai Lama Center for Compassion in collaboration with Emory University launched social, emotional, and ethical learning for young people for the ages of 15 and 18. And what do they want to do? Awareness of nuanced understanding of emotions and thoughts and feelings, firstly. Secondly, compassion on relating to oneself and others through kindness, empathy, and concern for all. And thirdly, engagement on learning behavior. Yeah. So I'll just wind up with all these things, and I will just refer to, because I come from India, and we also have got a health policy in place where we talk about the mental health, and we also have got a new education policy from 2022. I am talking about this because, you know, we have got these, when I was talking about mindfulness, maybe mindfulness can be incorporated in both our mental health and in our educational health policy also, because we also we also have got the Arigya Mandirs. What are the Arigya Mandirs? These are the public health institutes which has been upgraded, and they are now okay. Okay, then this is just one line I will say. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. And thank you very much, because as I said, I talk too much. And I believe that maybe this is the right forum, that when we are talking about mindfulness, I look for the day when mindfulness will become a part of our policy. It will become the core of the policy so that we can think beyond our basic existence of food and shelter. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful panel. I would just like to point out one thing, that as the Buddha said, the only liberating path is wisdom. So mindfulness is extremely important and a container, shamatha practice for stability. What we put in that container can be many, many things. And of course, in such a forum, we should talk about, as I said, the highest form of wisdom, which is emptiness and interdependence. So with that, I open the questions to the floor. Please keep your questions short and directed to the individual panelist or to the panel as a whole. And we have 20 minutes for Q&A. Thank you. Yes, please, there. Is there a mic? There's one here. Yeah. Sasha.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Before the first speaker.
It needs to be on. I can hear you, but.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much for these wonderful presentations. For the Naropa Warrior, incredible, an answer to so many questions. What are your thoughts on doing it for disciplinary knowledge, like science? Like to run an exam like that, to test for knowledge in that sense. Do you think it would be adaptable to that, or does that miss the point in some way? Thank you.
It's still on, yeah. Yeah, thank you for your question. At Naropa, we use it for all different disciplines. And so it isn't that the students do have to memorize things in terms of they have to demonstrate knowledge, but the knowledge that they're demonstrating is contextualized, and it also includes contemplative insights, personal experience. So you can absolutely include things where you're asking them very specific things, but it isn't that they have to just memorize a sheet with a bunch of things on it. They actually have to demonstrate an understanding of it, and that's the difference between it. And what we do is we'll give them the questions they get a couple of weeks before the exam, so they know what they have to study, they just don't know what they're going to be asked. Yeah, yeah. Sure.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, at the back.
Thank you very much for the wonderful session. I just have a very simple question. It's in connection with the remark you made on discriminatory whatever it is. As a layman, how would you use your discriminations in the event of any emotion swings? Thank you.
Thank you so much. If that question is directed to me. So as I shared, I have been an academic my whole life, and I am still teaching part-time, and I only ordained last year. So I think this example I gave of using these 5 ever-present mental factors, I think the discernment part, because how we cognize something, how we identify it, there we require wisdom. And we have so many tools from this philosophy. So personally speaking, I still haven't got to that level, but I try to think about something I do not like. If I can change my discernment about it, maybe using different things, like as I shared, using relativity, thinking that, okay, maybe this person or situation, there was many things happening, so it turned out like that. So if I change that discrimination, my feeling about it changes, and then the intention changes. And we know from our study of psychology that these are all mental factors, and they are with us at all moments of time. So for example, I feel that this can be used anywhere, like whether you have an addiction problem, or, you are facing, like I shared, we all hold these identity kind of biases, and in today's world, one of the issues is globalization and people of different identities coming together, and then there's a lot of problems, right? So if we can change that discernment using, for example, like, the bodhicitta, the basic framework that all human beings or animals as well want happiness, do not want suffering, and use something like that can change our discernment of a situation or a person. Then if we can change our feeling and then intention, I think we would see a different world. So I try to use that. And I think there are countless, I have just given one example here. I think these teachings have countless such content where it can be applicable in day-to-day life, and you just need teachers who embody. They can be lay, they can be anything. And I think that's so important. And maybe that is why His Holiness the Dalai Lama is so keen to see secular ethics and so on in university settings, schools, and everything. And I think education is key, what this panel is talking about. If there are no more questions, then a big round of applause for this panel.
One last question. Interesting? No one? Okay. We have a very interesting course by honorees at down floor in the meditation hall. It's a Niguma practice, breathing practice. And there is, I think, 108 cushion. So try to book one cushion for each. That will be very interesting. Thank you very much. Yeah. Don't miss it, very interesting.
그치?
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Niguma practice. So I request all to sit down. One cushion, one person. One cushion, one person. One cushion, one. ¿Cómo se llama, Isla? ¿Cómo se llama? Maximamo, Rahul, por favor, ayuda a the participants. Gracias para your guidance. Yeah. 저 hundreds 그 페이퍼도 채시는 게 하나 거지. 응. When I introduce, then only you come, okay? You sit down both. Maximamo, Rahul, por favor, ayuda. Guide them to sit. One cushion, one sit. I want all our participants to be very engaged and enjoy this course. This session is very interesting. We have especially invited a great professor, experienced, learned Niguma breathe-out practices, Mr. Honruiz, from a very far South America, Peru. I still give another 5 minutes to participants to come in. Anila, you can sit there if you want. Are you happy here? Okay. Arhant, please ring the bell. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down now. Please sit down. Silence. May I welcome my very old friend, a great professor, Honruiz, to the desk. And I also want to welcome his wife, Elena, to translate his session. Please sit it. Give a clap. Before I start, let me introduce Mr. Honruiz. Professor Honruiz Naupari, who is a pioneering psychologist, psychotherapist, and a founder of Niguma Institute, dedicated to the integrating expanded states of consciousness into the transpersonal psychology. With over 40 years of research and practice, he has developed pneumotherapy, a transformative psychotherapeutic system combining breathwork, meditation, and spiritual principles. His work bridges Western psychology, ancient philosophies, and the modern techniques to foster psychological and spiritual growth. Honruiz training in transpersonal psychology and Niguma breathworking, available in 6 languages. You should add Bhutanese too, next time. Has a global reach with graduate facilities, courses across the US, Europe, and Asia, recognized by the institution like the European Transpersonal Psychological Association and different Buddhist universities in the world. His teachings are also featured at the Spiru Haret University, Romania, and other academic programs. He is a member of Erotas ETPA and Ibero-Americano Transpersonal Association. Through the conference training and therapy, he empowers the individual worldwide to realize this highest potential. Niguma breathwork is a journey into a transpersonal awareness. It's a meditative breathing technique designed to access expanded states of consciousness and support deep psychological and spiritual healing. Though a combining of consciousness, dynamic breathing, carefully curated music, and focused intention, the participants are guided in the states of profound inner explorations. This practice opened the door to the emotional release, insight into the unconscious patterns, and direct experience of the peace and love and spiritual clarity. Thank you. Please help the music system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my beautiful friend, Lama 𝐿 Nangil, very old friend. Yo voy a hablar en español y mi esposa va a traducir.
I will be speaking in Spanish and my wife will be translating.
Bienvenidos a todos.
We welcome everybody.
Es un honor estar frente a este auditorio para realizar una práctica.
It's the honor to be with you here and initiate our practice.
Esta práctica le llamamos respiración neuma.
So this practice we call pneuma breathwork.
Esta práctica produce en nosotros una expansión de nuestra conciencia.
This practice produces in us the extended state of consciousness.
Y esto es lo que se busca fundamentalmente en una meditación.
And this is what we all search in meditation, right?
En la meditación nosotros buscamos la calma mental para entender y comprender otros niveles de sabiduría.
So we practice, we meditate in order to understand and to find other layers of wisdom.
Pero la sabiduría más importante es la sabiduría personal.
And the wisdom most important is your own wisdom, personal one.
Esta práctica pertenece a la psicología transpersonal.
This practice belongs to the transpersonal psychology.
Porque las anteriores escuelas de psicología académicas no contemplaban la parte espiritual.
Because the earlier schools of the psychology, they didn't include the spiritual component in their studies.
Y la psicología transpersonal, conocida como la cuarta fuerza de la psicología, sí reconoce la dimensión espiritual del ser humano.
So the transpersonal psychology is known as the fourth force, power, in the field of psychology, because it includes spiritual component.
Lo que nos hace falta a nosotros como humanidad es una experiencia espiritual.
So what we all need as a community is our experience, personal experience.
Para que nuestra espiritualidad deje de ser solamente teórica.
So that our spirituality is not just a theory, right? It's a practice, it's an experience.
Bien, no voy a decir más palabras, voy a explicar la técnica de la respiración que vamos a hacer hoy.
I will not be talking a lot, I will explain directly the technique, what we will be doing today.
Realmente es muy fácil.
It's a very easy practice.
Y al mismo tiempo muy poderosa.
But at the same time very powerful.
Debemos tener la intención de conectar con lo más sagrado en nuestro corazón.
So our intention for today is connect with the most divine space in our heart.
En todas las tradiciones espirituales se dice que hay una dimensión sagrada en el ser humano.
All the spiritual traditions, they agree on that in every human being there is a very sacred, special place within their heart.
Y esa debe ser nuestra intención.
And this is our intention for today.
Conectar con lo más íntimo, con lo más puro, con lo más transparente en nosotros.
We will be connecting with the most purest part, with the most quiet part of our heart.
Al mismo tiempo, hay que imaginar que estamos en una atmósfera de luz.
So we will begin with imagining that we are in the atmosphere of light.
Luego, el siguiente paso es inhalar luz y exhalar luz.
This is the first step. The second step, we imagine that we breathe in light and we exhale light.
La inhalación debe ser suave y profunda.
Our breathing should be soft but profound at the same time.
Vamos a probar ahora, en este momento.
I will show you. Let's try together how we will be doing that. A long
Suave y
inhale
profundamente, y la exhalación debe ser rápida.
and very short dynamic exhale.
Pero debemos imaginar que inhalamos luz y exhalamos luz.
So we imagine that we inhale light and exhale light.
Desde nuestro punto de vista, consideramos que el elemento en el que vive el ser humano es la luz.
We consider that the element in which we all live is light, right?
Así como el elemento del pájaro es el aire,
In the same way as the element of bird is sky, is air.
y el elemento de los animales, los cuadrúpedos, es la tierra.
And the element of animals is the earth.
O el del pez es el agua.
And for fish is water.
Nuestro elemento es la luz.
So for us, it's light. We live in
Inhalamos
light.
luz y exhalamos luz.
That's why we inhale light and we
Eso es
exhale
toda
light.
la práctica realmente.
That's basically what we need to do.
Al mismo tiempo, va a haber una música que va a acompañar nuestra experiencia.
At the same time, we will have music, and the music will accompany our experience.
Esta música tiene 3 tiempos.
And this music has 3 periods, 3 phases.
La primera parte es muy dinámica.
The first part is very active, dynamic.
Entonces debemos sincronizar nuestra respiración con la parte dinámica de la música.
So what we need to do is to synchronize our breathing with the music, with the
Recordando que la inhalación es más rápida, es más profunda, suave y profunda, y la exhalación más rápida.
So our inhale is very soft, long, profound, and exhale dynamic,
La
short,
música nos va a
intensive.
invitar a inhalar y exhalar más rápido.
And the music will help us to breathe in this way, very actively.
Claro, cada uno tiene que encontrar su ritmo respiratorio,
Of course, you will find your own speed in this breathing, but still,
pero hagan el esfuerzo de mantener una respiración muy dinámica.
we need to try to be in a very dynamic breathing,
La música os va a ayudar.
and music will guide us.
Luego, la segunda parte de la música es emocional.
The second part of music is emotional.
Es para tocar nuestras emociones superiores,
In order to touch our superior emotions
para tocar nuestro corazón.
and also touch our heart.
Y allí podemos tener una serie de experiencias de tipo emocional.
And in this moment, we will have emotional experiences.
La tercera parte es música relajante,
And the third part is a relaxing music.
y así concluimos la experiencia.
And that's how we will conclude our experience.
Hace algunos días estuve en un monasterio con unos monjes niños.
Just a couple of days ago, we were at the monastery with the
Ellos
young monks.
acababan de terminar el empoderamiento de Avalokiteshvara,
They just finished receiving the empowerment of
y
𝐴𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐻.
después de este empoderamiento ellos respiraron.
And after that, they came for the breathwork.
Entonces era un buen momento para pedirles que ellos se imaginaran que estaban frente a este Buda,
So it was a good moment to ask them to imagine the Buddha Avalokiteshvara in front of them.
y que ellos puedan recibir las bendiciones de
So
este Buda.
in this way, they can directly receive the blessings from the Buddha himself.
Entonces realmente fue extraordinaria la experiencia.
And it was incredible, this experience.
Pienso que el 90% de los monjes pudo tener una experiencia maravillosa con 𝐿 o 𝐷𝐿𝐼.
About 90% of people who were participating in this session, they had personal experience, personal connection with the Buddha 𝐁𝐻𝐿.
Esta forma de respiración nos conecta rápidamente con etapas avanzadas de un proceso meditativo.
So this kind of intensive breathing will connect us very quickly with the most profound stages of meditation.
Primero se relaja nuestro cuerpo físico.
So what is happening? First,
Luego
relax
se
our
relaja
body.
nuestra mente.
Then relax our mind.
Y a partir de ahí empezamos a viajar en tres partes de nosotros, en nuestros tres mundos.
And from there, we start our journey, and we might visit 3 worlds.
El mundo espiritual.
So the spiritual world is the first world.
El mundo personal y de las relaciones.
Second world is the world of relationships.
Y el mundo de nuestra mente y sus contenidos.
And the third world is of our mind and the content of our mind.
Bien, en el momento de la respiración es posible que sintamos vibración en nuestro cuerpo.
So at some point we may feel vibration in our body during the breath work.
Dejadlo fluir, no lo paréis.
So just let it go, don't fix on it.
Cualquier tipo de vibración que haya en vuestro cuerpo, dejadlo fluir porque es natural.
So whatever vibration you will feel in your body, just let it go.
También puede haber un proceso de catarsis energética.
So you can also experience energetic catharsis.
Y que fundamentalmente se expresa en nuestras manos.
And very often it expresses through our hands.
Entonces nuestras manos se pueden contraer, nuestros dedos se pueden contraer.
So our hands can freeze.
Y puede generarnos un poco de dolor.
And you might also feel a little bit of pain.
Pero esto también es normal, no os asustéis.
It's also normal. Please don't fix on
Bajad el
that
ritmo
either.
respiratorio
So what you do, you breathe more
y
slow.
haced este mudra,
And you can also put your fingers in this mudra.
bajando el ritmo respiratorio y haciendo este mudra, el dolor pasa.
So slowing down your breath and doing this mudra will help you to relax.
Y continúen respirando, no dejen de respirar.
And then you continue breathing. You continue the practice.
¿Todo está comprendido hasta el momento?
So I hope everything is clear at this moment. If you have any questions, doubts.
Entonces inhalamos luz, exhalamos luz,
The most important thing that we inhale light and exhale light.
visualizando a un Buda
And we may also visualize Buddha
o a lo que nosotros consideremos más sagrado.
or something that we consider is sacred.
Bueno, podemos empezar entonces.
Ready? Shall we start?
Pero si necesitan alguna pregunta, este es el momento.
If you have any question, now it's the moment.
Toda la respiración es con la nariz.
So we do breath work through the nose.
Si hay obstrucción, pueden hacerlo por la boca, pero lo ideal es por la nariz.
If you cannot, of course, you can also do the breath work through your mouth, but ideally it's through the nose. Inhale and exhale through the nose.
Vamos a apagar la luz
So we will turn down
en
the
un
light,
momento y esto va a quedar más o menos oscuro.
and it will be more or less dark
Eso
in
os
the hall.
permitirá en concentrarse más en la experiencia.
So it will help you to concentrate more on your personal space and your personal experience.
Esta es una experiencia muy corta pero muy poderosa.
This is a very short experience, but very powerful.
Así que disfruten, aprovechen estos minutos de respiración profunda con una intención espiritual.
So enjoy this active breath work with the spiritual intention.
Bien.
Good.
Entonces, la computadora.
So we may breathe in 2
Bueno, la
forms,
música ya la
sitting,
tienen. Bueno,
but
aquí.
also laying
De aquí
down
mejor.
on your mat. What is more
Aquí hay
comfortable
una
for you?
pregunta.
Okay, I think I can. You said to bring in and out the light, and then what kind of a light is that you're talking about?
Internal light.
Street light or
¿Te escuchaste? Dime tú, ¿qué dijo? ¿Qué dijo? Tradúceme.
¿Qué tipo de luz nosotros respiramos?
Luz espiritual.
Spiritual light. We are connecting with the spiritual light in the way you can imagine it, in the way you connect to it.
There was so much instructions, I've kind of lost what you have to say. Essentially, you are asking us to breathe in lightly, exhale harshly. Correct, ma'am? Yeah. That's all.
Yeah. Imagine you light. Inhale light, exhale light. You are in the atmosphere of light. That's it. That's your visualization.
Right. But in terms of breathing, it's light and harsh. Thank you.
Sí, muy bien. Entonces, esta experiencia es mejor acostado. Esta experiencia es mejor que lo hagan acostados.
So I recommend you, if you lay down, it's more comfortable for you to do this experience.
Así que pónganse cómodos, por favor.
So please take a comfortable position. We have enough space. We have more space here. Yeah. Meanwhile, I will show you again how we do the breathing. Right?
Chanti, tú me dices.
Slow, profound inhalation and very short, dynamic exhalation. And music will guide us. So like this.
Vamos a dejar solo esta luz. Vamos a dejar solo esta luz.
So this light in front will be here, but the rest will be in dark.
Ok. Vamos, sí. Vamos a empezar entonces. Primero nos relajamos con 3 respiraciones.
We will start with relaxation.
Inhalamos.
Please
Exhalamos.
inhale profoundly and exhale.
Inhalamos.
Inhale
Exhalamos.
and exhale. Relax
Inhalamos.
your body. Inhale,
Exhalamos.
exhale.
Ahora creamos nuestra intención espiritual.
And let's formulate our spiritual intention for this practice.
Ahora inhalamos luz,
We inhale light,
exhalamos luz.
exhale light.
Inhalamos luz,
We inhale light
exhalamos luz.
and exhale light.
Inhalamos luz,
Inhale light
exhalamos luz.
and exhale light.
Inhalamos luz,
We inhale light
exhalamos luz.
and exhale light.
Inhalamos luz, exhalamos luz. Inhalamos luz. Inhalamos luz, exhalamos luz.
We inhale light and exhale light.
Inhalamos luz,
Inhale light
exhalamos luz.
and exhale light.
Inhalamos luz,
Inhale light,
exhalamos luz.
exhale light.
Inhalamos luz, exhalamos luz.
ਰਚਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨੀ ਗੋਰੇ ਗੋਰੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਚਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨੀ ਲਾਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਿਆਂ ਬਾਗਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹਿੰਦੀ ਨੀ ਲਾਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਿਆਂ ਬਾਗਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹਿੰਦੀ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸੱਸੇ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਇਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸੱਸੇ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸੱਸੇ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸੱਸੇ
کس که از او چرخ و هوا رقص کنند جانها ز خوشی بی سر و پا رقص کنند در گوش تو گویم که کجا رقص کنند هر ذره که در هوا در هامون
Despacio, incorpórense.
Slowly, slowly we return back.
En esta parte final solo voy a hacer unas preguntas y terminamos.
Welcome back.
La primera pregunta que quiero hacer es ¿quién se relajó, quién se pudo relajar físicamente?
Okay. Let's little bit discuss your experience. I will ask you several questions. And the first question, and who managed to relax physically?
¿Puede levantar la mano, por favor?
Please raise your hand if you managed
Todos los
to
que se relajaron
relax.
físicamente.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If your body relaxed. Yes.
Okay. La segunda pregunta, ¿quién se pudo relajar mentalmente?
The second question, who managed to relax your mind? Please raise your hand. If your mind is calm, relaxed, quiet.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
¿Quién tuvo una experiencia sublime, una emoción espiritual especial?
Who had a special spiritual, emotional experience?
¿Puedes levantar la mano?
Please raise your hand, if any.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Me gustaría que alguno de ustedes o dos narrara brevemente alguna experiencia que quieran compartir con todos.
If you like to share your experience, you will give your mic in 2 words. Maybe you can tell us what happened to you, how you feel. Please raise your hand so we can give you the mic.
Yeah. Tú me traduces. ¿Qué hablan? Ya sé.
Sure. Okay, so nothing much, just that when I was going through the breathing exercise, so basically this meditation, so I feel like emotional when I'm focusing on the breathing, by going slowly and then later on going faster, then I feel like crying. I don't know, it came out naturally, my tears, and I was focusing on the green light. So I'm thinking about the green light. So, yeah, so I think I get emotional with something.
Thank you. Thank you. ¿Quién más quiere compartir?
Thank you so much for sharing your experience.
Anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you for hosting this experience here. Throughout, I felt like I was dancing inside. So it was a very joyful experience for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe somebody in front,
hello.
maybe?
I had a body jerk in the beginning, and somewhere in the middle, I was losing contact of my body time and again. And I had to remind myself, I don't know, I felt I was losing contact of my body. And I consciously was trying to get back to my body.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Algunas veces sucede de que tenemos esa experiencia de salir fuera del cuerpo.
Sometimes in this experience happens that we are going out of our physical body. That also can happen.
Es normal ya.
It's normal. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this experience to Bhutan. To share my experience, I just felt the vibration in my fingers first, and then it went down. It went up to my head, and then I felt it's a unique, real experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here in front.
Give it to her. I saw her do the work.
Thank you so much. Like I was feeling like heaviness in my head. Like I wasn't able to feel myself as it came towards the end. And like, is it okay? Like emotional was definitely there. Like literally I was crying. And then the heaviness of my head, I just wanted to know that, is it okay? Thank you so much.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, thank you. It's normal.
It's a quite normal experience, yes. It's very special.
I'll give a last person only.
Thank you.
One last person.
If you don't mind, I would like to explain myself in Spanish, if I can. Yeah. Muchas gracias por la experiencia. La experiencia muy interesante. Yo me sentí relajado, con una respiración profunda, y empecé a perder mi conciencia, empecé a perderme de mi ser. Pero yo seguía respirando. Y empecé a tener como hormigueo, un hormigueo en todo mi cuerpo, y especialmente en el vientre, en mi vientre, un hormigueo. Y fue una sensación muy extraña. Y empecé a temblar, el cuerpo empezó a temblar, especialmente este lado, empezó a temblar. Fue muy interesante. Gracias.
Gracias.
Yeah, well, I think she can do it better. Bueno.
Tú,
okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I feel myself very relaxed, and I take a lot of breath, and I feel very relaxed, and I start losing myself, having no conscience of myself, and then I feel I don't know how to say hormigueo. Have you said that hormigueo in my body? Hormigueo is a kind like a, I don't know how you explain. Hormigueo means you feel a kind of in your body, né? But especially on this area, and then finally my body started moving inconsciously, and it was very interesting experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Último. Allá.
I don't know if I did it wrong, but I felt like both my hands were kind of frozen. I was not able to move it properly. And that's why after some time, I could not continue and then so get up from my lying position. I don't know if I did it wrong, but that's how I felt. My hands were like kind of frozen, so I was trying to move like this, and I had to get up from my lying position and discontinue for a while. I don't know why. I don't know, maybe I did it wrong.
Estas experiencias son normales. No tenemos tiempo para explicaciones más amplias, pero es normal. En la medida que respiras más, entonces todas esas sensaciones empiezan a ser más familiares contigo y puedes ir más allá de lo físico.
Unfortunately, we don't have that much time to explain, but we can do it over the conference during the next days, yes? But those types of experiences, feelings are quite normal. And with time, when we have more experience in breathwork, we start to understand them better. But we can talk later also in more details about the practice and about your experience if you wish.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I know that I was supposed to be focusing on breathing. I was supposed to be breathing in lightly and exhaling in harsh. And then I was supposed to also imagine light, both on inhaling and exhaling. I managed to do all along. And somewhere along the line, as the beating goes higher and higher, I felt a lot of vibrations. And I didn't feel quite normal. And also I felt
Now I want to know, is it because of what? Is it because of the breathing? Is it because of concentration? What is this happening to us?
Última pergunta.
Ya, ok.
Una maestro 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿.
Sí, es por la
I want you to
experiencia.
give the last experience by 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿.
Let us please answer. It's because of the breathing, and the second is because of intention. So the combination of intention and breathing gives this effect, that our consciousness expands.
Thank you for this wonderful session, and it is a very beautiful way to experience and look into your body and how you're breathing. So, as I started to follow up this pattern, actually initially I had a difficult time imagining or visualizing the light. You know, exhaling, inhaling light was difficult for me. And I tried my best, and sometimes I just tend to doze off also. And then eventually, I think I had a good rest. With my knowledge, or with awareness, or not without awareness, I had some nice rest actually. You know, I had some stressful days these days. I had to do some marathon translations, and I had a good rest actually. And I'm very normal and I feel fresh. And you were mentioning like you tend to feel like this kind of your hands getting squeezed in, and then that kind of a freezing kind of a sensation. I did feel that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all. Thank you. Los que gusten pueden acercarse para preguntarme en estos días o pueden escribirme también para responder a sus inquietudes.
In those days, I will be here with you, so please let's talk about this experience. But if you feel a little bit shy or you don't have time, you can always send me a message or email, and then we can continue our conversation.
Thank you so much.
Honores, gracias por esta práctica. Respirador Niguma fue una primera vez en Bután.
Yes.
Eres no solo un gran investigador, sino también un gran maestro de la meditación. I feel very honored to invite my old friend Honores. As I said, you're not only a great professor, but also a great master of meditations. That means a very effective Niguma practice in first time in Bhutan. Thank you very much. We welcome you again.
Thank you.
Applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening. Good night. Enjoy your meal. Also, as a short message, we have our institute all over the world. We have different centers in Europe, like in Italy and Spain and Portugal. We have our center in Russia. Also, we have practices in India and England and Romania, in Canada, in the United States, in Mexico and Peru. So we are quite international and big, and we welcome you to our centers.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.